Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check. Good morning, everyone. Respected Registrar, the English and Foreign Languages University, respected Vice Principal, Sir, KL University, Hyderabad, the conveners, Associate Deans, HODs from KL University, Hyderabad, and the participants. A warm welcome to all of you to the 5-day faculty development program on the English classroom in the digital age, opportunities and challenges. It is an immense pleasure to see such an enthusiastic gathering today. And this FDP is a collaborative effort proudly organized by KL University, Hyderabad, in association with esteemed Department of Literatures, the English and Foreign Languages University, Hyderabad, and the Department of Humanities and Sciences, NIT Warangal. This partnership brings together a wealth of expertise and diverse perspectives, ensuring a rich and insightful learning experience for all the participants. We are particularly honored to have a distinguished panel of 12 speakers joining us over the next 5 days representing FLU, NIT Warangal and Central University, Hyderabad. Their collaborative knowledge and experience will undoubtedly shed light on the multifaceted aspects of the teaching English in an increasingly digital world, offering invaluable insights into both the exciting opportunities and the inevitable challenges we face as educators. The overwhelming response with over 60 plus registrations speaks volumes about the relevance and timeliness of this FDP's theme. The digital landscape has profoundly transformed every aspect of our lives, and the English classroom is no exception. From virtual learning environments to AI-powered tools, the possibilities are vast, yet they also present new pedagogical considerations and demands on our skills. Over the next 5 days, we will delve into critical discussions, share best practices, and explore innovative strategies to leverage technology effectively in our English classrooms. I'm confident that this FDP will be a highly enriching and intellectually stimulating experience for each one of you, equipping you with the necessary tools and perspectives to navigate the evolving educational landscape. Once again, a heartfelt welcome to you all. We look forward to a productive and engaging 5 days of learning and collaboration. Now, I would like to request Professor Narasimha Rao, Registrar, AFLU Hyderabad, to come onto the dais. May I now request Dr. MP Mallesh, Sir, Vice Principal, KL University, Hyderabad. Dr. S. Balaji, Associate Dean Academics, please come on to the dais. May I request HOD CSC, Dr. Arpita ma'am, to come on to the dais. Yeah. May I request Dr. Tirupati sir. May I now request the conveners, Dr. Spurti ma'am from NIT Warangal and Dr. Kiran Kumar from AFLU Hyderabad to come on to the dais. May I request, now I would like to request Dr. Kranti Priya, convener from KL University, Hyderabad, and Chandrasekhar sir also to come on to the dais. Sir, you can come. Yeah, I called. Dr. Tirupati sir, please come. Okay. May I request Dr. Saidi Reddy sir from the CSC department to come? Okay. Okay. Now we'll have the lighting of the lamp to start the FDP with an auspicious way. May I request Professor Narasimha Rao sir and all the dignitaries to please join ma'am for the lighting of the lamp. Okay. 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 Now, I would like to request Dr. Sai Sudha ma'am to please welcome our chief guest by offering him the bouquet. Thank you, ma'am. Now, I'd like to request Dr. Mallesh to please welcome sir by giving his welcome address.
Good morning, all. Our esteemed chief guest, Professor Narasimha Rao Garu, Registrar from IFLU, Hyderabad, and Professor Raju Garu from IFLU, Hyderabad, and Dr. Tirupataya Garu from IFLU, Hyderabad, and Madam from NIT Warangal, Spurti Garu, and organizers Kranti Priya, HOD CSE Department, Arpita Garu, Dr. Balaji Garu, Dean Academics, and Dr. Saidireddy Garu, Senior Professor in Computer Science Department. It's true pleasure to welcome you to this 5-day faculty development program on the English classroom in digital age, opportunities and challenges. Seeing such a dedicated group of educators ready to explore the vital topic is truly inspiring. This FDP is a testament to collaborative spirit organized by KLHGBS University, Aziznagar campus, Hyderabad, in association with IFLU, Hyderabad, and NIT Warangal. However, I want to particularly acknowledge and commend remarkable efforts of our very own Department of English in KLH University, Hyderabad. So this FDP is just like a train the trainers, right? You need to train here, and you need to teach our future citizens, our students. So my request is take it very seriously, right? And I request all the resource persons and all the organizing members, please, it should be a participants orientation, right? Please try to conduct one-to-one interaction sessions, right? Instead of going in one way, don't be a resource person centric. It must be a one-to-one interaction. It must be a participant centric, right? So it is my humble request. So I think lot of participants have participated here. I think around 60 registrations have taken place, and out of that I can find out only 30 to 40 participants. I think remaining participants, they are going to attend through online. I think it is a hybrid mode FDP faculty development program. So I am very much thankful to IFLU Hyderabad and NIT Warangal for their collaboration. And uh, there are 12 speakers from IFLU, Central University of Hyderabad and NIT Warangal. So I think that this 5-day program is planned meticulously. Try to learn something from here and give some knowledge to outside world. Okay. With this, I conclude. And I am very much thankful to all the participants once again. And I hope that this would be a great success.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. Now I would like to call Dr. Kiran Kumar, sir, to say a few words about the FDP and also lead Professor Narasimha Rao's profile before he starts the session.
Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us from various places and various universities. First of all, I'd like to submit my sincere gratitude to the EFL University and our respected registrar sir for giving the Department of Literatures in English permission to have this collaboration with KL University, Aziznagar, Hyderabad, and also with NIT Warangal. Apart from this, I also would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the KL University for repeatedly inviting us to the KL University. And this is the second program that we academically having at KL University, Aziznagar, Hyderabad. And also, I also would like to bring to your kind notice and also to the kind notice of our beloved Registrar Professor K. Narasimha Rao sir, that the Department of S&H, especially the Department of English at KL University, is being led by the former scholars of EFL University. And also S&H, Department of S&H at NIT Warangal is being led by Dr. Spurti, who was a scholar of our EFL University. And also, as the convener or co-convener of this program, I extend a warm welcome formally to each and every participant, and we'll see what are the important topics, important sessions that you are going to have in the forthcoming 4 or 5 days. And with this, I take the privilege to introduce our beloved Registrar of the English and Foreign Language University, Professor K. Narasimha Rao sir. Professor Rao has been the Registrar in charge at the English and Foreign Language University, a central university, Hyderabad, since July 2021. He is a professor in the Department of Indian and World Literature in the School of Literary Studies. He has been the director of IQAC, Internal Quality Assurance Cell of the EFL University since 2020. He has brought to bear upon his current administrative positions the sure knowledge of universities' grievances for 2 decades, working in various capacities at the top level positions of the universities. Professor Rao is a conscientious teacher, an amenable researcher, and a university ranker in his undergraduation and post-graduation with a bright academic record. Professor Rao is widely published and liberally cited in post-colonial literature, English language teaching, Indian writing in English, and also Dalit literature with several papers published in Scopus indexed journals and Springer. He has authored 2 books in South African literature and edited 2 books in English language teaching, and a course writer for UGC E-Pathshala of Allahabad University. and developed course content, course material for KL University, Vijayawada. One of his textbooks is prescribed to the undergraduate students in Andhra Pradesh. His scholarly legacy in post-colonial studies and ELT is being continued by a good number of research students guided by him for PhD. Professor Rao delivered his resourceful talks in several universities and colleges. A few among them are SV University, Tirupati, Karnataka's State Women's University, Bijapur, JNTU Anantapur, KL University Vijayawada, and in several autonomous institutions and colleges spread across the undivided Andhra Pradesh and Uttar Pradesh too. With this, I humbly welcome our beloved Registrar Sir, Professor K. Narasimha Rao, Sir, to deliver his talk. Please, sir.
Thank you, Dr. G. Kiran Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of Literatures in English from the English and Foreign Languages University, Hyderabad, from which I also hail. And today I stand before you as a teacher, giving you some inputs on English language teaching through technology mediation in multilingual context. So this is purely a technical talk. And I am not going to make any concessions here. And if at all any technical teachers are there, please kindly excuse me. Probably it may sound something different because the practices and approaches and methods in the English classroom that we adopt while teaching English language are going to be discussed here. So I am very glad that I am also one among the teachers here, hailing from the English and Foreign Languages University, the fraternity of various universities which are here, from NIT Warangal and also from KL University. So the students of the English and Foreign Languages University spread across various academic institutions and spreading the real substance of English language teaching that was propagated by our university, a central university. Before it emerged as a central university, I think you know it was a Central Institute of English and Foreign Languages, and which was also propounded as a Central Institute of English, which was meant only for the training of trainers, only for the teachers. Later on, it became a university, and now you see it as a university, a central university, without any affiliation, without any affiliated colleges. I am also a student there, learning language teaching, hailing from Andhra Pradesh, and then knocking the doors of EFL University, and then came to know that how to enter into English and Foreign Languages University, the method in which, and the kind of knowledge that you should have when you want to enter into a languages specialized university requires not just the knowledge of English, but the technicalities of teaching English. What we call the pedagogies now, called in a different, with a technical term. So now I am going to deliver this talk on English language teaching through technology mediation in the multilingual context. Before I just take a plunge into my talk, because this is purely a talk, and if at all anything is needed, you can ask me to write on the board. I'm a conventional teacher influenced by my teachers who taught me language and literature. And I hail from a state university and then came to a central university. And most of them, they never used any PowerPoint presentation. Even though I am a tech-savvy person, I never take any paper or PowerPoint presentation to my classroom even today. I totally depend on this, on the capital that God gave me. So, today my talk will be purely technical, and I would like to give you some insights on what is English language teaching, how it emerged, and based on the principle of Bronowski, the great educational philosopher, who said that teaching is nothing but the demonstration of what we already know. You know, I know. But I would like to give you a reminder of, or the demonstration of, what we all know in common and take you from known to the unknown. Just if at all any unknown principles are there, you can record, you can register, and you can ask me, I will explain. So English language teaching is linked with various developments in various fields such as linguistics, applied linguistics, psychology of learning and education. How English language teaching came into being and what is the history of English language teaching we are going to know, along with the technology mediation and the multilingual context. So this English language teaching is related to these fields like what I said, psychology of learning and education, linguistics and applied linguistics, as inextricably as linguistics is with psychology. If you look at linguistics, the subject linguistics, it is inextricably linked with psychology. So the same is the phenomena with even English language teaching. When you look at the developments in English language teaching, you have to agree that it has an inextricable relation with linguistics, applied linguistics, psychology of learning and education. We might agree with, if you just look at English, if you take English language education, English language teaching, today it is also called English language education as a discipline, there arises the need to draw the distinction between two ideas. One is called history of ideas and history of practice. What is history of ideas and what is history of practice? So if you look at ELT as a discipline, these are the two ideas that emerge. That is what people say, what ought to be done in education and ELT over time, and what people have done in the classroom-related and educational policy matters. There is a lot of difference. Whatever you preach in the, whatever you teach in the classroom and whatever you promulgate out of the classroom, both these two are different. So the history of ideas differ from history of practice, that we have to agree. I am not just giving out this particular, I am not making this statement just like that. But I am going to base these ideas from three important texts. I think you can also just brush up your mind and see whether you have read this work called Louis Kelly's 25 Centuries of Language Teaching, 1969. And Howard, History of Language Teaching, 1984. And then we have Approaches and Methods to Language Teaching, Richards and Rogers, 1986. What these three texts gave was they gave a historical perspective of teaching ELT, of English language teaching. So first of all, we have to read these texts. So almost all of you become English language teachers without a technical knowledge, or what we call the technicalities of how English language teaching emerged. So these three texts are called the phenomenal texts, or what we call the texts that give you insight into English language teaching. One is Louis Kelly's 25 Centuries of Language Teaching, Howard's History of Language Teaching, and Richards and Rogers' Approaches and Methods to Language Teaching. And these three texts gave historical perspective. And another important text is there, Kelly and Titone, T-I-T-O-N-E. teaching foreign languages. This came out in 1968, a phenomenal text. Because I'm going to say that, why, sir, you're referring to centuries back books. There is a great, Kelly made a statement. Whatever that is claimed as phenomenal and revolutionary in this century in language teaching is nothing but a renaming and rethinking of the earlier ideas and procedures. So whatever you are doing in language classroom, whatever you are teaching, whatever the methods and approaches that people are adopting in the classroom, these are nothing but renaming and rethinking of the earlier ideas and procedures. So if you want to get any methods and approaches which are now taught in the post-method condition, just like Appaswamy is referring to, Appadurai is referring to. So you get these ideas only from these texts, from these important texts. So Kelly and Titone in 21st Centuries of Language Teaching, he described a swing in the pendulum between two basic positions in ELT. So there are two basic positions in ELT. One is called form-focused teaching and meaning-focused teaching. Just like in literature, there are two important schools, Apollonian school and Dionysian school. So you can draw distinction when you have the knowledge. Scholarship is nothing but knowing the distinction between ideas, and it is nothing but taking a pursuit to the level of thinking to its logical conclusion. So if you have the distinction between, if you want to say that why literature differs, language teaching differs from literature teaching, you should have this idea. And many people say language through literature. And when you teach language through literature, you should have this idea. And there are two basic positions in ELT. One is called the form-focused teaching and meaning-focused teaching, which was propounded by Kelly and Titone in 21st Centuries of Language Teaching. And if you look at what is form-focused teaching, so form-focused teaching just emphasizes the teaching of rules, grammar, structures, development of vocabulary, and sounds of language. Simple, just like what Montague, Locke, and Hamilton preached. These people are called earliest exponents of form-focused teaching. And Montague is from France, Locke is from England, and Hamilton again from England. So all these people from 1533 down to 1697. All these people focused on how language can be taught in two different perspectives. So if you just look at meaning-focused teaching emphasizes language use, communication of fluency, and appropriacy of communication in all situations. So from this emerged various methodologies from meaning-focused teaching. And many of us who belong to the old tribe, we were taught in the form of in the method called form-focused teaching. That is called, many of you call this grammar translation method. But it is a very effective method because it gave me the memory to remember books together. And I don't need any help of book because the recitation and the kind of imprint that I get in the mind is visual and photographic. And now, these two perspectives have had advocates down the ages. And you might agree with Kelly's argument, that's what I am telling. If you just look at Kelly's 21st Centuries of Language Teaching, he made a statement there. Whatever is claimed as revolutionary and phenomenal in this century is nothing but a renaming and rethinking of earlier ideas and procedures. The history of language teaching goes back to its earliest exponents, whom I told you already, Hamilton, Locke, and Montague. So, what are the methods that these people used? So, though these people they focused on form-focused teaching, though they adopted the form-focused teaching, therefore they emphasized more on communication, natural and direct learning methods. Language is taught directly. So, what is a direct method? Teaching language through language, that's it. So, there is no help of bilingualism or any multilingual context. But it is an effective phenomena that was shown and experimented and proved by these people. And there is another important thing here. Just look at this H.H. Stern, Fundamental Concepts of Language Teaching, another work I would like to refer to here. Because how this meaning-focused teaching acquired importance, and why meaning-focused teaching gained more methodologies, and now it has emerged into an eclectic method and then into a post-method condition. Now we are in post-method condition. And many of you know what is the difference between a method and an approach, being language teachers. Approach is nothing but the plan to implement something, a method in the classroom. Method is called the program. While method is the program, approach is nothing but the plan with which you implement it in the classroom. It is an experimental phenomena. So now H.H. Stern, in fundamental concepts of language teaching, he made a distinction. He drew language teaching into distinctive periods. So when these distinctive periods are drawn, the period from 1880 to the First World War is the language reforms were at their height, because that is the period at which language reforms actually came into existence. 1880 to the First World War, the language reforms were at their height. So I think many of you know IPA, International Phonetic Alphabet. Who established this one? No one knows, but we refer to Balasubramaniam. Paul Pache, a French linguist. Paul Pache, a French linguist, in 1880 for the first time established International Phonetic Alphabet. And Pache's International Phonetic Alphabet was based on Henry Sweet, another linguist, French linguist, called what is his phonetic alphabet called? Romic, R-O-M-I-C. Henry Sweet's Romic was the base for Paul Pache's French linguist's phenomenal outcome called IPA, International Phonetic Alphabet. And the period from First World War to the interwar years of the Second World War, that is up to 1940, you can say. So what is the development that we see in language? We see the basic tenets, the development of the basic tenets of vocabulary and graded readers for the learners. Many of you don't know this. And even we don't know when we came to English language teaching in EFLU, when our teachers taught, because they were just very much peripheral in nature, superficial, while referring to these methods, that is the interwar years, because this is one of the instrumental factors in language teaching. For the first time, vocabulary has brought into language teaching scenario. And I think even if you can refer to the internet, there is a person called Harold Thorndike. Harold Thorndike, the word book, Teacher's Word Book, 1921. That is an instrumental text where you have words written and how these words can be used. It is an experimental text for the first time, which gave rise to how second language acquisition can be made easy in a classroom. There is a lot of difference between second language acquisition, second language learning. Second language acquisition I am talking about. I will talk about learning later. So what is the second language learning? Second language acquisition, for the first time, Thorndike, the Teacher's Word Book, it is called, the Teacher's Word Book, which came out in 1921. And many of you know that English can be spoken with the help of only 850 words. Who brought this idea? Who brought out this idea? Ogden and Palmer. Ogden and Palmer's Basic English. I think you can get it on the internet also. Basic English, 1930. These are the methods, easy methods of teaching language. And many people don't know, they just go to the classroom, think about certain social context, take a handbook, explore the internet. It is not necessary. Methods have already been established. You have to evolve only approaches and how to implement them in the classroom. And Palmer's two important texts in 1921 and 1922. One is The Principles of Language Study, 1922, and Oral Teaching of Languages. Oral Method of Language Teaching, 1921. Oral Method of Language Teaching by Palmer, and the second text is Principles of Language Study by Palmer. These were very much instrumental because I told you that we see the basic tenets of the development of vocabulary and graded readers for the learners. What is a graded reader? Many of you go to the class and take diagnostic test. So this diagnostic test which you conduct in the classroom today is based on a graded material. So graded materials, when you go to the classroom, you have two kinds of materials in your hand, and you should have. One is called authentic material, and the second is called graded material. Authentic material, it is available everywhere, on the internet, in the newspaper, and even on WhatsApp, and now on the social media, everywhere. But graded readers, you have to evolve. Graded readers or graded material. That graded material, when you have a graded material, when you go to the classroom, that is the approach in which you are implementing a particular method. So, from the Second World War, the next important period, from the Second World War to early 70s, we see a paradigm shift. There was a shift, a paradigm shift, from philology to descriptive linguistics to transformative generative grammar. Three important shifts we can see in language. One is philology, the second is descriptive linguistics, and the third is transformative generative grammar. And this phenomenal shift or this paradigm shift can be seen in two important texts. Read this text. B.F. Skinner's Verbal Behavior. And the second important text, Noam Chomsky's Syntactic Structures. These two phenomenal texts for language teachers. Without the knowledge of these texts, you are not supposed to teach in the English language classroom with authenticity. Language teaching comes only with the knowledge of the teacher. Though you center the learner, you should be powerful. Read these texts, B.F. Skinner's Verbal Behavior and then Noam Chomsky's Syntactic Structures. And from the third period, that is the fourth period, let us go to the fourth period. From the early 70s to 80s, just 80s, touching 80s, it was a period of great happening. For the first time, English language teaching was inextricably linked with a particular subject called psychology. Psychology made its impact. And this impact is very much profound with the emergence of methodologies. For the first time, the term called method came into existence. Silent method by Caleb Gatineau. Communicative language learning by Curran. Total physical response by James Asher. Suggestopedia, which is also called Desuggestopedia by Gorgi Lazna. These are the four methods which came into existence. Methods. In spite of these methods, now, there was a kind of unrest in the English language teaching because methods did not actually solve the problem of second language acquisition. So which resulted in a reaction against methodologies but focused more on learners for the first time. Methods have been pushed aside and learner has been centered for the first time in 80s. And the important thing here that we can notice is that why this break with the method? H.H. Stern, in Fundamental Concepts of Language Teaching, calls it a break with the method. Method should be broken and a new phenomena has to emerge. That new phenomena is nothing but approach. How to implement the teacher's plan in the classroom is called an approach. So in spite of these methodologies, there was an emphasis on individualization of learning. that is very, very important, which focused more on the learner rather than on the method. So, for the first time, H.H. Stearns called this a break with the method, where learner-centeredness was given more importance than teacher's performance. So whatever teacher's performance was called inspiring in the classroom, that was decentered, and a new phenomenon has come into existence called the learner-centeredness. One of the important developments of this phenomena is called ESP, English for Specific Purposes. So how ESP came into existence is because of this. Learner-centeredness became a more important factor rather than teacher's performance. For the first time, ESP was established. And this ESP, English for Specific Purposes, there was emphasis on social context, need, and appropriacy of use. So ESP is based on three important concepts. One is called social context, need, and appropriacy of use of language. So these three became the seed bed, or what we call the basic ground for, a proper ground for developing what we call approaches in multilingual contexts. That's what I'm going to link with. So the first is social context, need, and appropriacy of use. These are the three that evolved ESP, English for Specific Purposes. So by this time, what happened? That the focus was shifted from, the focus was more on communicative ability as proposed by Delheims, a great linguist. Delheims was a linguist who spoke about communicative ability rather than grammatical competence. There is a lot of argument that went on in English language teaching between grammatical competence and communicative ability. And Delheims was a famous linguist who prompted and who supported communicative ability above grammatical competence. For the first time, this concept of communicative ability that was proposed by Delheims took precedence over grammatical competence. And at this point of time, CLT took off very richly from the work done at the Council of Europe. Council of Europe is a language association in England, and with the publication of notional syllabus in 1986, for the first time, CLT came into existence. Notional syllabus. What is the principal agenda of the notional syllabus? Many of you, if you just brush up your idea, the basic functions of language has become the units of categorization in language syllabus. What are the functions of language? Speaking, listening, reading, writing, vocabulary, culture. All these have become an important ingredients in the units of categorization of language syllabus. So that's why we call CLT as the first method in which we can see that communicative ability was given precedence over grammatical competence. So now it is very much necessary that we have to refer to what is acquisition and learning, because I refer to second language acquisition, and I said that I will deal with learning later on. So Stephen Krashen, how many of you know him? The paper is available on the internet. Stephen Krashen proposed monitor model, M-O-N-I-T-O-R, monitor model, in his paper called Second Language Acquisition and Second Language Learning. Without reading this, language teaching is not complete. Second Language Acquisition and Second Language Learning in 1981, where he drew the distinction between what is acquisition and what is learning. And acquisition, according to Stephen Krashen, and even it is accepted by the votaries of English language, it is an unconscious assimilation of the grammar of language. Grammar, not rules. The grammar of language. What is learning? Learning is a conscious imbibing of the language rules. Language rules, not grammar. Language rules. Because language rules means there is a kind of what we call constancy and a constant alertness on the part of the speaker. Because when I speak English language, though my trade, my bread is won through English language, my native language is not English. I feel comfortable when I speak Telugu only. But I have consciously imbibed the rules of English grammar. But there is no unconscious assimilation of the grammar of English language. So acquisition happened only later on. But learning happened first. Acquisition later. This is the basic idea that Stephen Krashen brought in his paper, in his revolutionary paper called Second Language Acquisition and Second Language Learning. And many of you go to the classroom and say, you are fed with the students. Sir, why these students, they don't listen to me? Stephen Krashen said, he brought out another idea, comprehensible input. That's why I asked the coordinators, the conveners of this conference several times. And even when I started this particular talk, I asked the technical teacher, sir, please take leave because I am going to give a technical talk. Comprehensible input, because my learning taught me that what I speak before the audience, the target audience, at least 30% is to be understood by the audience. If at all it is totally, it goes out of their head, above their head, I am not reachable. So comprehensible input is very important idea that was floated by Stephen Krashen. What is this comprehensible input? This is a very important aspect of learning process. Please remember this. I keep this in quotations. Learning process, not the learning product. When I came here, the vice principal sir said, we are very much concerned about the outcome. Language teachers, they don't want to listen to this word called outcome. I don't want outcome. Product outcome that commodifies a person. Because I am a literature student and also a language teacher. And I don't want to listen to this outcome. And I said, because this is not my place to teach what is outcome and what is process. So then I said, okay sir, I said. Because this is totally commercial and we cannot treat a learner on the commercial basis. Always think about the learner in with a process orientation. Every person, every learner has this incubation period. Never think about a learner coming with knowledge to the classroom. But what we want is comprehensible input. What is this comprehensible input? What the learner comes with, what the learner comes to the classroom, and whatever is taught to him should be comprehensible. So that minimum knowledge should be there. So without that minimum knowledge, we cannot teach. And comprehensible input is the notion that was brought forth by Stephen Krashen. What does a learner bring to the classroom, and how much of what is taught is actually comprehensible to the learner? What does a learner bring to the classroom? So what does he bring from his past learning? And how much of what is taught is actually comprehensible to the learner? These two ideas are so much central to this comprehensible input. And when you look at this, the notion of comprehensible input focuses more on learning process rather than on learning product. That's why language teachers always defy and deny product. We don't want product. We want the process. Always learning process, and that's why this is the main characteristic of multilingual context today. That's what I'm going to link with. So, since this means that an incubation period or a gestation or a period of gestation is very much different from individual learners. One learner learns language fast while the other learner may not. That's why we call it gestation period or incubation period. Period of gestation or incubation period will be very much different from learner to learner. So it differs from individual learners. This also means that it is very difficult to consider a learner and to work efficiently with a predetermined syllabus. You cannot go to the language classroom and say, I am going to teach this today. Paragraph writing, I am going to teach this. You cannot. Because predetermination of syllabus will not suffice in English language classroom. That's why English classroom in the digital age has to change. And we are the advocates to change. We are the exponents to change as language teachers. So what works? Because process syllabus or procedural syllabus, these two should be there with you, not the predetermined syllabus. Process syllabus or procedural syllabus. It has to be evolved by the teacher, not by anyone else. Don't ask anyone, go to board of studies and say, sir, please give me syllabus, I will teach. No. Go for spiral teaching rather than linear teaching. Language teaching is nothing but spiral. You have to teach in a spiral manner. One idea is woven into another idea. Take him into another idea. Take him to another idea. So it should be spiral, not linear, just like in science. So what we are doing in the language teaching classroom is nothing but the linear way of linear method of teaching. So the stepwise teaching is not helpful in English language classroom in the digital age. And now I would like to just link this with the technology mediation. How this language learning process, English language learning and English language teaching can be linked to the technology mediation based on the inputs that I got from two texts, Castell's The Rise of Network Society, 2000, and Carol H. Chappell, Computer Applications in Second Language Acquisition. Computer Applications in Second Language Acquisition that came out in 2011, and Castell's Rise of Network Society in 2000. These two are seminal texts. Whatever people write today as Scopus papers and publish a lot, ideas are taken from these two texts. So, the focus of instruction has broadened from the teaching of grammatical structures to the fostering of communicative ability. That we accept. But the more important thing here is negotiation of meaning has become important. And a new phenomena has come into existence that is called culture. Culture has received renewed interest, and teachers are very much unsure of how best to teach culture in the classroom. Because many of you write papers in English language teaching, but many of you miss an important ingredient of how our own culture, how the language taught, the Sanskrit or Telugu that was taught in the classroom when we were the regional learners, any regional learner here, any learner of regional language. So what are the techniques that were used by the teachers in regional language classroom while teaching regional language, or our, what we call, I don't want it to be called mother tongue, but it is called the native tongue. So it is, I am a native speaker of Telugu. So whenever we speak the native tongue, so we have certain ideas of how our teachers taught and how we were immediately inspired by these teachers, and just throw light on that and then think how these methods and approaches used by the teachers while teaching regional language in a classroom will help us develop. Because the important thing here is most of you write English language papers on English language teaching, but we lack that essential background of our own indigeneity. The indigeneity should be brought into the paper, because when you write a paper with English methodology or English what we call the researchers from abroad, obviously those people are better rather than we write. That's why most of your papers end up in plagiarized, what we call these predatory journals. Most of you have very good ideas, but the only important thing that you miss is just imbibe your culture there and bring the techniques of your own learning into English language teaching methodology and approach. That will help even your publication work also. So that is most needed today. And what is in this context, when we look at this in this particular context, when language teaching has broadened from the teaching of grammatical competence, communicative ability to the fostering of grammatical competence. So now there is an idea that is very much floated, that is what we call a significant innovation in language teaching has come into existence, that is called CAL, computer assisted language learning. So this CAL has taken phenomenal steps, computer assisted language learning, and this CAL is one of the important and new facets of language teaching, because if you look at this, language teaching, the integration of ICT into language teaching has become a new and potent challenge to language use. And Carol A. Chappell, in his work called Computer Applications in Second Language Learning, Second Language Acquisition, he says that anyone concerned with language teaching and learning in the 21st century need to grasp the nature of the unique technology mediated tasks that learners should engage in for language acquisition. This is a famous statement made by Carol A. Chappell. They need to grasp the nature of the unique technology mediated task, because without technology mediation and without digital literacy, a language teacher cannot perform in the classroom today. So this phenomena, this new change in language teaching that came through CAL, and now with the society becoming more mobile, networked, and wireless, a new phenomena has come into existence that is called the holy union between English language skill development, ICT, and task-based learning. This is a new union. This is a holy union between three important aspects. One is called English language skill development, ICT, information and communication technology, and task-based learning. These three have contributed, the union has contributed major areas of central importance today. What are these major areas? In this, it has brought into picture new literacies of digital education. One is virtualization of language teachers' professional development. Now we are all working in a virtual world. So the first change that happened is virtualization of language teachers' professional development. The second important phenomena that was brought forth by the holy union between English language skill development, ICT, and task-based learning is use of electronic portfolios, what you call handles, what we call social media handles, use of electronic portfolios. The third important thing that emerged was synchronous and asynchronous communication. Synchronous and asynchronous communication and technologies. And then we have Web 2.0 technologies. And then we have online digital platforms. And the next we have 3D virtual worlds. So these are the changes. Virtualization of language teachers' professional development. The second is use of electronic platforms. And the third, synchronous and asynchronous communication. Web 2.0 technologies, online discussion forums, and 3D virtual worlds. These are the various things these are the various changes and reforms that were brought forth by the integration of the three: English language skill development, ICT, and task-based learning. And two of the advantages that we see that digital technologies have made possible in this modern age is that language learning and teaching, language teachers today can engage in the tasks across national boundaries. The second important thing is you can consider other cultural contexts. So please remember these two. Two of the advantages that digital education or digital literacies have brought forth new reform in English language teaching is to engage in language teaching across national boundaries, and the second one is to consider other cultural contexts. So when you consider these other cultural contexts and when you engage in teaching across national boundaries, what are the new changes that you see in the English language classroom? Very important thing here, technology integration in language teaching has produced certain paradigm shifts. One, project based, concept based, experiential learning. Please remember this. Project based, concept based, and experiential learning, and constructivist and social constructivist thought. I am going to discuss these aspects. Project based, content based, and experiential learning, which you can see in experiential learning from John Dewey. I am going to refer to this. John Dewey, 1938. Constructivist and social constructivist thought from Vygotsky. Vygotsky, Mind in Society, 1979. So, technology integration also has moved from behavioral and structural, and then to communicative aspect, and then the third phase is nothing but the integrative aspect of teaching language. So the first phenomena in technology, when you use technology, you come across all these three, the three important phases in language teaching. Even in technology integration in language teaching, I'm talking about technology integration in language teaching has moved from structural and behavioral aspect to the communicative aspect, and the third phase is nothing but the integrative phase, which we call. Now we are in integrative phase. We have to integrate various approaches. So in the decades since the popularization of language laboratory, as a teacher in my early years in Velagapudi Ramakrishna Siddhartha Engineering College, way back in 2004, I was the language laboratory in charge. I used to take a lot of pride in being the in charge of language laboratory, because that was a pride for the language teachers at the time, 2004, but now it's not. It is totally a technical job. But at the time, teacher is the main resource in language laboratory. And there were computers, multimedia computers, and people at the time, students and learners are very much tech savvy. They can download something from the internet, and actually they thought that human intervention in English language classroom is not at all necessary. But I think you have to appreciate our tribe of teachers, because English language teaching today acquired this kind of importance because of our own tribe, of this tribe, which whom I represent, and I stand before you as a representative. Because we fought with technology, because we told that we showed, we revealed to the learners that without the intervention of the teacher, language learning is not possible, even though you have solid applications of intervention, computer intervention in the English language classroom, because teacher cannot be replaced. And that's why even today we look up to teachers when we have doubt, not to internet or not to Google. Now people have become, Google has become an international teacher, a global teacher. But a teacher should be a walking encyclopedia, especially in the subject concerned. And that comes only through reading. And that's what we have to show to the students, even though the most state of the art technology is available for the learner. So in the decades since the popularity of this English language laboratory, we saw the transition from mainframe computers to microcomputers, and then analog and digital technologies with the onset of World Wide Web. So all these technologies have brought with them potent challenges to language use. And these have brought into existence, Castell calls this, in this set against the background of this mobile, wireless, and networked society. We see that all these challenges, all these potent challenges, have brought new forms of digital literacies. And a very important thing that we have to look at is John Dewey John Dewey in 1938, he was the person who proposed Experience and Education. That is a book. It came out in 1939 or 38. I don't remember the date properly, probably 1938. Experience and Education, in which he argued he argued for a kind of knowledge. That's what we are going to teach the learners in English language classroom. So he argued that the learners need to connect with the experience in the real world in opposition to the knowledge acquired or learned in the classroom, because experiential learning is the most important thing for a learner. This kind of experience is one of the important objectives that we need to keep in mind when we go to the classroom. Experiential learning, that this is the basis for constructivist and social constructivist thought. So the thing is here, what John Dewey said in Experience and Education 1938, he argued for a kind of knowledge that learners could connect with the experience in the real world in opposition to the knowledge learned in the classroom in isolation. So whatever the knowledge that you acquire in isolation in the classroom is no parallel to the knowledge that is acquired with experience in the real world. So this became the ground, a proper ground for social constructivist thought, which we call the social determinants of language today in post-method condition. People today call it post-method condition. And what is a post-method condition? You bring the social context into the classroom. And when you bring the social determinants and social context in the classroom, it becomes experiential. That's what we get even from the authentic materials. And authentic materials should be processed in the form of graded material, and that is the responsibility of the language teacher. So there is a clear line of affiliation because language teaching never broke up. There is a clear legacy that you can see right from 1938 down to 1980s and even 2000. So the first phase is nothing but, if you want to take Dewey's vision of theory of experiential learning 1939, has clear affiliation with the second important thinker, a psychologist called Brunner. Brunner's vision for what we call this learning as discovery. Learning as discovery in 1968, Brunner. And this has clear affiliation with another idea that came into existence in 1979, that is Vygotsky's social constructivist thought. Vygotsky. And this is called knowledge and agency. Knowledge and agency, which was propounded in the text called Mind in Society in 1979. So these are the basis. Even when you use technology, the constructivist and social constructivist thought should be there at the background of a teacher's mind, and then only you can perform well and make language acquisition possible, unconscious assimilation of grammar of language, not the conscious imbibing of rules of language. Learning can take place anytime, but acquisition cannot. So now in this context, this is a proper ground for the emergence of a new phenomena in language teaching called multilingual context. And in this context, India has emerged as a multilingual country. And it is propounded as a proper ground for teaching languages. Though many people say that Canada is the first multilingual country in the world, but by the time itself, because Westerners always attach a term, they give titles for themselves as a first. But India is the first multilingual country. And if you just look at this phenomena, I would just give two references from the Bible, because many people have some notions, misnomers in the mind that multilingual context until 1970 till Canada was recognized as a multilingual country, there were misnomers in the minds of language teachers and language learners. So for them, and as the teachers, because we are all scholars, let us have this historical outlook. There is a myth in the Bible called the Babel myth. Every one of us know. And it was referred to in Genesis chapter 11. And in Genesis chapter, there are two chapters, but most of you are not aware of the previous one. I will give you the remembrance. So most of us are very much concerned with the second myth called Babel myth, which is referred to in Genesis chapter 11. And in Genesis chapter 11, this marks as a symbol of confounded tongues. I keep it under quotations. Confounded means what we call confusing, confusion. So confounded tongues that led to the misunderstanding through the use of multiple languages. Most of us has a misnomer till 1970. So it marks a symbol of the confounded tongues that led to the misunderstanding resulting out of use of multiple languages. But there is no proper ground to believe that multilingualism is propounded by Bible as a curse or punishment. No. But it is only a misreading or misinterpretation that in order to make the Lord great, some people taught that don't use multiple languages, it should be only a singular language. A universal language has to be there. It is also a colonial methodology, a colonial project that was introduced even in India. When English language is introduced on 2nd February 1835 by Macaulay through the famous Macaulay's Minute. Because Babel myth was misused and abused. So if you just go to another example in the same Bible, there is a myth called, there is a reference, it is not a myth. There is a reference to sons of Japhet in Genesis chapter 10. Actually, this comes first and Babel myth comes later. Sons of Japhet, where the sons of Japhet were enlisted according to language and according to the country. So if you just look at, this is the first humanities reference to multilingualism, if you want to recorded evidence, because many people refer only to the texts abroad, and since we are talking only about the Western education and English language education here, because if you want to ask me, the first reference to multilingualism is there in Rig Veda. And you know, there is a sloka called Guru Susrushya Vidya Pushkalena Dhanenava Adava Vidya Vidya Chaturdham Nopalabhyate. So there are three methods of acquiring education. One is called Guru Susrushya Vidya. Just serve the Guru and get education. Pushkalena Dhanenava. Pay money, get education. That is called the Rajasa way of getting education. Adava Vidya Vidya. There is a contention here. Adava Vidya Vidya means you speak your language, he speaks his language. That is, languages, multiple languages have been referred to in Rig Veda for the first time, there itself. Adava Vidya Ya Vidya Chaturdham Nopalabhyate. There is no fourth way of getting education. And fourth way of getting education here means learning. Because Vedas never talked about knowledge. It is only learning. So if you look at this particular reference in Japhet, the sons of Japhet in languages, listing them according to languages and countries. So the reference is very much simple here, that it marks the first reference to humanity's intellectual project of expansion and legacy building. For the first time, Bible records that humanity has an intellectual project of expansion, and the second important thing is legacy building. These are the two projects through which humanity expanded throughout the world. So now I would like to refer to Tom MacArthur. I think you can also refer to this text. Tom MacArthur, A-R-T-H-U-R, Teaching English Languages not teaching English language. Teaching English languages, published in 1998. So he was the first person, first Western scholar who unsubscribed himself to the monolithic concept of English language. He was the first person who said, there is no English language. There are Englishes, he said. No English, Englishes. So he was the first one who unsubscribed to the concept of monolithic concept of English language. And he also said that the cultural aspect of English language can no longer be seen as a monolithic entity. But language teaching is diversified by the cultural shaping of the context, cultural shaping of the context that processes towards Englishes rather than English. So now, because of the cultural contexting of language teaching, now we have Englishes. There is no cultural concept of English, cultural concept of Englishes. That's why even in English and foreign languages university, we have two departments: English literature, literatures from English. Literatures from English is more modern when compared to the canonical teaching that happens in English literature, because we teach Englishes, not English. I am also of the same department with a different title, Indian and World Literatures. So Englishes is the more modern phenomena or more evolving phenomena today. And that's what Tom MacArthur testifies it in his book called Teaching English Languages. So in this context, with the orientation of new forms of digital literacies and the digital literacies coming into existence today in the English classroom, it is very much essential for the language teacher to teach an aspect called culture in the classroom. And what is this culture? So many people think that culture, because we always talk about 4 skills of language, LSRW. Apart from LSRW skills, please add this particular skill called culture. So culture should be taught in the classroom. And apart from, in addition to LSRW skills, teaching culture will enable the learners, will help the learners develop mindset and techniques, and it professes a kind of assimilation of cultures, which is which contests or which neutralizes the extreme use of Macaulay and Charles Grant. Charles Grant is another, most of you don't know, but most of you know only Macaulay. Macaulay's Minute, but there is a person called Charles Grant, 1792, 43 years before Macaulay. He was the first person who wanted to introduce, who wanted to disground and break Sanskrit phenomena in India. And he wanted to break the religion, the backbone of religion in India in 1792. And Charles, based on the Charles Grant's idea, Macaulay brought this new idea called English language education in India. In 1792, 43 years before Macaulay, Charles Grant is the person who spoke about introduction of English education in India. And that's why when you teach English language, take the help of Indian culture also. And now there is no place for English language. It is called Englishes. That's what I'm telling you. And that's why I also ask you to publish papers with the help of Indian approaches when you publish, not the Western approaches. They devise their own approaches, but let us evolve our own. That is essential in the multilingual context. And even if you want to publish a paper in one of the most celebrated journals called Language, Language has a high impact factor of 32 in Language. It is called the highest H index, mostly cited journal. And there, if you introduce one of the concepts, Sanskritized concepts of how English language can be taught in the classroom through using a Sanskritized method, Indian method, your paper will be published. Because no one knows how the approaches of a Sanskrit teacher are or can be implemented in the classroom. That's what you have to evolve. And in the multilingual context, these people can develop insights and techniques, and at the same time, the learners can adopt their use to English and learn about the important aspects of other culture. let us redefine in this context how English language teaching can be redefined in the multilingual context. This enables us, this leads us to an important aspect of social contexting of language teaching, opening a new vistas for the language teacher. So, language should be placed in a social context. The social determinants are more important. And my dear teachers, while preparing a lesson plan, please reflect on the following things. Whether the objectives of the syllabus have been clearly spelled out or not. That is first important thing that you have to reflect on. When you devise a particular graded material, when you devise a particular language syllabus for your own classroom, just think on whether the objectives of the language syllabus have been clearly spelled out, whether the lesson plan includes problem solving skills, whether the lesson plan reflects cognitive, affective, and psychomotor domains. So these three aspects are very, very important in the multilingual context. Thus, learning process is the main characteristic of multilingual society, multilingual classroom. Learning process. That's why never talk about learning product, learning process. Even today, even after Stephen Krashen wrote his paper in 1981, that carries a lot of weight even now, because that can be linked to the multilingual context. Learning process is the main characteristic of multilingual context. This, there arises a question, because now I would like to ask a question. Is there a textbook in the English classroom in the multilingual context? According to me, there is no text. Don't carry a text, because you have the help of digital technologies today. And use one of the platforms, online discussion forums. You have 3D virtual worlds. You have online use of electronic portfolios and synchronous and asynchronous communication. All these are at the disposal of the teacher. Please have the digital literacy. And digital literacies and are the new literacies that enable the teacher in multilingual context. So my simple idea today is where are the activities that you can draw from? The activities the activities that you evolve in the classroom should emerge from the social context only. So take any social context and the social determinants. Say, for example, any politics, any political concept, any air crash, something which is very much occupying the minds of the readers at that instant moment is very, very important. So you can make the learners connect very easily to the experience, what John Dewey said, experience in learning, experiential theory of learning. So experiential learning in reality, in the real world is more important. So that's what I would like to tell you. So the activities should emerge, should churn out of what we call authentic materials that take you towards systematic, targeted, and graded activities. Just grade your activities. Don't go to the class without a handout in your hand. There should be a handout which should be devised by you, not by another person, not by the board of studies, not by the teachers. You should have your own handout, and you should have a clear idea about your learners. That's very, very important. And take a diagnostic test before you teach, because now you can easily map them, how many students, how many learners are there who are above the level that you expected, how many are below, how many are mediocre. So that's very, very important. So graded learners, graded and targeted material should be there in your hand. So with this, I would like to just conclude that the dynamics of English language teaching in the current context, in the current multilingual context, should be redefined. And it is in your hands that please redefine them. The methods and approaches gain the momentum of praxis. So practice is more important. The praxis is more important. Theory is not at all important. Theory should be there in your mind. Read, come to know the methods and approaches, and go to the classroom with the momentum that you gain the momentum from the theory. And give that momentum of practice in the English language classroom. That's what I would like to give the message today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We need to actually go back to the recording and and see. You have. We need to go through the expert talk again, because in one expert talk, we covered so many things. So many things were shared, and it's really insightful, and with good examples and all. You made a very impactful expert talk. Now I would like you to come on to the dais again. Now, on behalf of all the participants, I extend our sincerest gratitude to our distinguished speaker for sharing his invaluable insights with us today. His talk on the multifaceted world of language education was nothing short of captivating and immensely informative. He masterfully navigated us through the history of language, shedding light on its evolution and the various methods of language teaching that shaped the field. His clear explanation simplified even the most complex concepts, making them accessible to everyone. The distinctions he drew between second language acquisition and second language learning were particularly insightful, proving a clearer understanding of these fundamental processes. And we were also privileged to gain a deeper appreciation for the development of linguistics and its profound impact on how we approach language education. Now, his ability to distill complex ideas and make them understandable was truly remarkable. Beyond the theoretical, his practical guidance was invaluable. He generously suggested good books on those areas, providing us with resources to continue our learning journey, as he said. Furthermore, his forward thinking perspective on what we as language educators can do in this digital age resonated deeply. And he didn't just speak in generalities, he provided so many concrete examples, drawing from frequently quoting famous people in the field, which truly enriched his expert talk. One of the most profound takeaways for, I'm sure, many of us, especially the language teachers in the audience, was his emphasis for language teachers. It's the process, not the product. This shift is perspective is in perspective is a powerful reminder of our core mission. Now, his assertion that English teaching in the digital age had to be spiral teaching, not linear, offered a crucial paradigm shift, encouraging us to adapt our methodologies to contemporary needs. Again, his emphasis on the importance of culture while writing language teaching papers also struck a chord, reminding us of the broader context within which language exists and is taught. He truly inspired the teachers as well as the researchers among us to think critically and innovatively. He rightfully highlighted that digital technology help is required, very much emphasizing the crucial role of technology in modern language education. His concept of ICT, English language skill development, and task-based learning as a holy union was a particularly compelling vision for integrated and effective teaching. We also appreciate uh, his views on language teaching across national boundaries and the growing significance of project-based learning. As he said, in this like because of technology, we can go beyond boundaries. Now, we are delighted also in this context. We are delighted to announce that this session had a wonderful reach with Here, of course, we have around 20 offline participants, but apart from that, 40 participants who were attending online, and we are thrilled that this session was also streaming live on YouTube, allowing an even wider audience to benefit from his expertise. Sir, your passion, knowledge, and dedication to language education are truly inspiring. You have provided us with a wealth of information, new perspectives, and renewed enthusiasm for our work. We leave this talk and feeling enriched, empowered, and eager to apply the valuable lessons learned. Thank you once again, sir. Thank you so much. Uh, from the audience, if any one of you have some questions for sir, or you want to discuss anything or share your views, you are welcome. Yeah. Sir, one more.
Survey of all my friends in the organization. I thank you for this wonderful insight and throwing a light upon all different concepts. And it really inspired me. There's 2 points. One is Babeloff syndrome you talked about. You went into the root and taught us how this multi languages developed. And second thing, one should keep it in mind to take their culture in their classroom. That was really wonderful, sir. And we should publish papers based on our culture, based on our subject, based on this old roots, like we have to go into the Sanskrit and how the language was taught. We should take that insight and give the lecture, take those methods in the class and design the method, then take the approaches. That was a really wonderful insight, sir. And third thing, before designing a syllabus, we should keep three things in mind. And one thing which has inspired me is that whether the lesson impact have a problem solving skills. One should keep in mind the lesson should be designed based on the problem solving skill that is really required in our day-to-day day-to-day life. So that's a wonderful insight. And one should carry their handouts. Yeah, we always carry our handouts, and giving this information is really wonderful, this thing. So thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Hello, sir. It was an informative session. I didn't know that much information can be put into bite-sized and then given that way. It was really great. So I have one question, sir. You mentioned culture as a skill. I would want to know how we can look at culture as a skill in a language classroom.
Just refer to David Crystal's Encyclopedia of English Language. And it's not my idea, but whenever I go to the classroom, I have this cultural background in the mind. Because one of my teachers, when I was when I was in 7th class, we had whenever his name is Rama Sharma, he used to teach Telugu, and we are really fascinated. We waited when sir comes to the class and when he engages, and he's a priest in a temple, and he very seldom he finds time to come to the class. So whenever he comes into the class, he used to ask us to recite a sloka. Anantanama dhyayaya sarvakara vidhayane samasta mantra vajjaya visvaikapatiye namaha. We don't know the meaning of it, but sir told us because we are fascinated by, we are so much, he's a fascinating teacher, so inspiring, and he always told stories from Ramayana and Mahabharata, give very good ethical lessons. And just because we have that fascination for him, we learn this, though it is very difficult. So later on, we came to know that this is imparting of culture. Anantanama Dhyaya. This is a prayer to God. This is a prayer to Almighty. Whatever the name in this world is yours. Whatever the names are there in this world, it is yours. Some Anantanama Dhyaya Sarvakara Vidhayane. That is nothing but whatever the shape that is found in this world is yours, is you. Samasta mantra vajjaya. Whatever the language that is spoken in this world is nothing but you. Sounds, whatever the sounds that people make. Anantanama dhyaya sarvakara vidhayane samasta mantra vajjaya viswaika patiye namah. O Lord, the husband of this universe, to you I fold my hands before you. We don't know this. And this is a sloka from Rigveda. Later on we came to know. And that culture was imparted in us. Later on we came to know that the meaning of it. So culture is always imparted unconsciously. That's why when you prepare a handout, always don't take the conversations from the English context. From the Indian context you take. For example, if you take an example when you travel in a second class train compartment, so there will be different kinds of conversations, different kinds of episodes you come across. So the material should be based on those episodes that you come across in real life. That's what even John Dewey in his experiential theory says, that learners should connect with experience as learning. So his learning should be based on experience. Culture comes from our own contact with the society. And those contact, whatever the kind of experience that you had in your culture, that should be brought into the classroom. And that should be taught. And this is what even, because already we told it, we envisaged this principle centuries back. But now English people, Western people came and they are devising these ideas, they're writing in English language and teaching them again to us as though they are the new concepts. These are not new concepts. These are all there in our culture. And whenever a Sanskrit teacher comes into the classroom, he brings along with him, whenever a Telugu teacher comes into the classroom, he brings along with him his own culture. That's why we are so much connected. Why learners are not connected to the English teacher? Because we think we bring English culture to the classroom, not the Indian culture. So take some experiences from your own life, from the surroundings, from the ecology, and then from your own milieu, and just weave them into your graded material, then teach. It will provide excellent uh, material for you in the classroom. That will be a very very good graded activity in the classroom.
Good morning, sir. Sir, the session was very insightful session, sir. I am from St. Joseph Degree and PG College, Hyderabad. My name is Fauzia. And one point I could take from this the 5-day seminar is teacher is irreplaceable. Because when we are teaching English language, the people are telling in even university also nowadays, only we are going to decrease the credits and all. But wherever we are teaching either English or whatever, AI is not going to replace us. So even though this seminar is integrated with ICT tools, so you have stressed upon teacher is irreplaceable with all like ICT tools. They're only facilitators, not the main aspects. Thank you so much, sir, for that point. And lot many things I could recall because I'm also from FLU. I'm the student of FLU. So whatever you taught, that was a recapitulation to us, and I recapitulated a lot. Thank you so much. Very insightful session, sir. Thank you, organizers, for giving this opportunity.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Sureka. I am from JVIT. I am working as an assistant professor in JVIT Engineering College. Whatever you spoke in this session, very inspiring motivational session, sir. And whenever we go to the classroom, we have to take our own handout. That is a very important. I inspired on that, and also in instant moments, instant any whichever situation in the classroom we have to teach and we have to give example. That is a very important. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm very much happy to. It's an opportunity for me to attend this 5-day FDP. So coming to the session was very informative, and what I have learned is usually we use LSRW in the class, but taking culture to the classroom, this is the first time I have heard about, and I have learned that now we have, as you have given an example, that will help us in teaching the classroom. And one more question I have, sir, like how to handle multi lingual points or approached in the classroom, like language, like culture and language, like skills we use it, but taking this multi language to the classroom, like still more. I just want 1 or 2 points. Thank you, sir.
So as we accept that multilingualism, there are all the languages are equal, as you know. So prepare. The first thing is that's why I evinced on the idea that culture should be taken to the classroom. So your target language is one thing, and you are going to teach your target language through your own native language, whatever. For example, in Canada, for the first time, French was taught. English is actually the English is spoken widely in Canada, but French, there were several migrants from France, and for them, English has to be taught. That was the concept. That's why in 1970, when Canada declared itself a multilingual country, what they adopted was they wanted to teach English to French students. They took examples from France, not from Canada or from England or from America. So they placed language in the French context, and even the characters are also French names only, not English names like what we call Edward or Harold. So they took the French names, and what they what they made was they adapted the learners to the environment so that the cultural background becomes a very important factor, or the cultural contexting of the language is more important for learning the language. So in multilingual context, always the target language, for example, in our country, our target language is English. So if the learner comes from Telugu background, take some Telugu examples, and it is called English language development in rural setting. This is a different idea. So you develop some graded material so that language learning becomes more habitable for him, and it will be and they can learn their use to English, adapt their use to English, and learn about the important aspects of other culture. So when you give certain examples from the native examples, and you talk about the other culture, it will be easy, rather than from English to English it will be very difficult. That's what multilingual context today actually give they lay down this primary objective for the language teacher. Language teacher should always focus on what is target language, but target language should be taught only from the regional examples and instances that you draw, so that it will become the learner can easily adapt himself. So that kind of material we have to develop, because the syllabus designers or the content developers cannot develop. It should be totally the responsibility of the teacher in the classroom. That's why I insisted that the graded activities that you evolve in the classroom are more important rather than the syllabus developed by experts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your further explanation of this very new concept for most of us. Any more questions we have from the audience? Okay. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Satya, is a scholar from KL University. It was a very excellent concept, sir. It's thrown back to me, so sitting in the IFLU lecture halls. Actually, it's a new concept of LSRW with culture. When you were discussing about that concept, I thought that you'll say LSRW with comprehension. When we were there in IFLU, Professor Rajagopal said, don't think that only LSRW. LSRW with comprehension is also one of the important skills are told by the time. It was excellent session, sir. Sir, I have little doubt that in this present generation, how far technology intervention to develop language skills can be helpful to the teachers. And one more point, you said that in 2004, when you worked in some other college in Andhra, as I worked as a lab in charge, what it may be. Even when I joined in the engineering sector, also same. I was given a lab in charge position. There are systems are there, students are coming, senior faculty suggest that students will come and say, just you see that. Even though students are sitting, technology intervention with the teacher environment is necessary. I understood that concept also. It's excellent, sir. And you suggested that the paper publication with Sanskrit, some other. Are there any papers? Can we use our Vedas? You said that Vedas are helpful to teach knowledge. If are there any papers? If you suggest, will use in my paper publications. Thank you, sir.
You are from IFLU? Sit down. So you know the caption of the university? Sarvam Shabdena Bhashate. Sit down. Where was it from? Bhatrahari's Vakyapadiya. It is a linguistic concept. Nashosti prachayo loke ya shabdanu gamadrate. Anuvidam idam gnanam sarvam shabdena bhashate. So many of us don't know. So as a teacher of English literature, I teach Jackie Derrida in the classroom. Jackie Derrida said this: language is slippery. Language is slippery. So when you express an idea in language, always it gives a different, it creates a different kind of notion. It distorts the idea rather than constructs the idea. Yeah. And Jacques Derrida is called the famous philosopher, French philosopher of all times. But many few people know that his concept is wrong. Language is not slippery. Because your mind is slippery, you accepted that. Because your times are slippery, you accepted that. Because after the Second World War, times have become fragmented. Times have become, the entire ideas have become, people have become disillusioned, disenfranchised. They wanted that everything can be destroyed rather than created. But there is no destruction in Indian thinking. What we call, what I came from the background that I came from. Bhatrihari said, Nashosti prachayo loke ya shabdanu gamadrate. That is, every idea in this world is expressive. You can express it in language. Language is not slippery, language is constructive. Anuvidam idam gnanam sarvam shabdena bhaj. This is what you have to know, and words illumine the world, he said. And without words, there is no world, he said. And Ferdinand de Saussure, he used this idea and said, linguistic determination. Linguistic determination. For example, if I say this is a bottle, you accept it. If I say this is a chuck, you won't. Because this is called language determinacy. If at all there is no word called pony, because the young horse is called pony. So there are two words, horse, which is the big one, pony is called, yes, a younger one. So if at all there is no pony, what do you call it? You call it horse only. Because your entire ideas are determined by words, according to Ferdinand de Saussure. And Saussure's idea was broken by Jacques Derrida. And where all these people got these ideas, they got from the Oriental knowledge, from us, from Bhatrihari's Vakyapadiya. So this is what you have to, you just go to our Indian texts, read them, you think that the later on evolved ideas are all renaming and rethinking of earlier ideas and procedures. That's what I told you in my talk. So today, whatever the post-method condition, whatever the methods, approaches that these people are talking, even the Westerners are referring to their ancestors only. And we are not referring, we are referring to Westerners. So paper should be written in that manner. Go back to the text, read them, develop the ideas, apply them to the Western ideas. You get excellent papers. And people don't know where this person has come from, where these ideas came from. Because it is your knowledge which was unexplored. And Max Muller took away Bhagavad Gita. Max Muller took away Vedas. He published them. And in Germany, people speak Sanskrit. We don't know about Sanskrit. This is what we have to bring.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we'll go ahead with the felicitation process. I would like to call all the dignitaries to come onto the dais. Please come while we felicitate, sir. I would like to invite Mallesh sir, Vice Principal, KL University, Hyderabad, Dr. Kiran Kumar sir, Dr. Spurti ma'am, okay.
So I would like to invite Dr. Tirupati sir. Please, please.
All organizers. Saidreddy sir, please come on the dais. Please come. Dr. Tirupati sir and Sai Sudha madam, please come out the dais. HRA Radhakrishna garu, please take the dais. Sir, your words are very illuminating. Okay, we have our own pedagogy here. We are practicing a national education policy since long ago as per our academics. One of the parties lab taken to the class. Now today you have eliminated culture taken into the class. Very hats up, sir. Because due to administrative reasons, I couldn't attend your session. I lost many things. Okay, thank you very much, sir.
So now we'll go ahead with the lunch, which has been arranged just behind. And after post lunch, we have session by Dr. B. Spurti. Okay. Yeah. Okay, participants, please come over the dais and we'll have a photo session with all of you. Yes, all of you, please come. Sirs, yeah, you can also join. Pavan sir and all, please come. Radhe sir, please come. All, please come.
percentage, especially the Department of English at
came into being, and what is the history of English language teaching, we are going to know, along with the technology mediation and the multilingual context. Actually, with they lay down this nothing but views. Sir, please come out of the dance.
Hello, check.
So you think you might be a great project manager, but you need to enhance your skills? Then get this course on Udemy. You'll learn the tools and techniques of great project managers, and you'll be ready for
Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. చెప్తాను తీసేయాలి కెమెరా కనబడుతుంది.
Thank you. And now I'm going to introduce my friend, my closest friend, I should say, but also a very uh, academically very inspiring personality, someone who inspires me also. You do? Okay. So I'm talking about Dr. B. Spurti, an accomplished academic professional. Currently serves as an assistant professor in the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at the National Institute of Technology, Warangal, processing a PhD in English language education from the EFLU University, Hyderabad. She specializes in refining language learning methodologies, having previously excelled as a language learning and development manager in prestigious organizations such as ADP Inclusive, GenPact, NIIT, HSBC. Dr. Spoti is an adept at curriculum development, employee training, and performance enhancement. Her recognized proficiency in management training, soft skills development, coaching, mentoring enriches her academic pursuits. Since her arrival at NIT Warangal in 2018, Dr. Spurti has significantly contributed to the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences and organized 4 Atal FDPs, 6 international conferences, and 1 national conference and 1 TechIF funded workshop. She imparts her knowledge to BTech and PhD students. She instills a profound understanding of English language education, research writing, and essential soft skills. She has recently been nominated as an expert in the committee for the integration of augmented reality, virtual reality, AR, VR in vocational education and training in India by the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, MSDE India. She has recently received a grant worth $25,000, which is 21 lakhs around, I think, approximately, from Mozilla Foundation and USAID for her project titled CLIL, Illuminating Changemakers, which is a very big honor for me to introduce you and call you here onto the dais and take over. And I'll also be an audience in your session. I think I want to be that hands-on receiver from that end. Okay. Thank you, Spurti, for being here. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I hope I live up to the expectations set. You said, basically, I've banged on AI to generate that bio, and it just bragged. So don't go by what is said. I just hope I live up to the expectations. For now, I have a small expectation from you, talking about expectations. By problem, somehow, my life is jinxed. Every time, this is probably my 80th, 81st session that I'm delivering in one of the in the FTPs. Every time, my session is either before the lunch break or after the lunch break. Every time. Before the lunch break, people are eagerly waiting to go for their lunch. After the lunch break, people are just like how you are. No? All right, let's do something. I want, like I said, you must be asking, Spurti, don't you get tired, bored of doing this? You know what I do? I make my participants work more than me, which I'm going to do today as well. So if you have your computers, please open them. If you have your mobile phones, please turn on data. Probably this is one session where we will use our mobile phones extensively. Please, when I say use mobile phones, let's not go on to Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, Tinder, or wherever you want to go to. Not now. All right? Great. So we will, in this session, talk about a lot of things. One of those things will be how AI can facilitate teaching and learning process. How can we actually leverage on the power of AI to make it a little easier for us? All right? All of you are in with me? Now, we want to form teams. Basically, like I said, if I have to give you work, I have to define the objectives, right? You have course objectives, lesson plan objectives, right? But the objective of the session is, by the end of the session, I know it's quite ambitious of me to, even ask you to do this, but by the end of the session, each group will come up with an entire course. Quite ambitious, 1.5 hours, I know, but then that is what we anticipate or we are expected to do today. Let's see how far we are successful in doing that. Okay. Now, are you comfortable with people you are sitting with right now? Are you sure? Because then you cannot come back and say, Spurti, this man here sitting next to me is not working, is making us do all the work now. Or the lady sitting. Gentlemen and ladies, are you comfortable with your team members? All right, let's go ahead then. So the title of the session is Aided Classroom Praxis. I just want to ask, somebody just asked me, what is praxis? Even the speaker in the morning had, it was a brilliant session, I tell you. Stepping into his shoes is difficult, I know. So, what is praxis? What could praxis be? Not now. Thank you very much. No, don't use your mobile phones right now. Thank you. We will use them. Can we please ask can we let go of the mobile phone, please? Yeah, thank you. What is praxis? We know practice. What is praxis? Huh? It is I'll come there. What is praxis? The audience online, you might have a little difficulty, but as long as you're able to hear me, we're all good. Okay, yeah.
It's practice. It's distinguished from theory.
Praxis.
Praxis, yeah. I mean, it is practice, the meaning of it, but it is distinguished from theory.
All right. Any other answers? Discussions. Educational discussions. Okay. Interaction. Okay. To make it simple and basic, practical applications of theory. We might have attended a lot of sessions on how AI is useful, how brilliant AI is, how AI is going to take all our jobs away. Right? We'll see how we can use AI. Just imagine if you have a personal assistant with you. Just imagine your college gives you a personal assistant to be your personal teaching assistant and personal research assistant, free of cost. Will be with you 24/7. No questions asked. Would you be happy? That is exactly what we're going to do. We'll put all that practical knowledge to application, theory to application in this session. I'm Spurti. So you all of us come with a lot of prior practical knowledge, a lot of information that we already have. We'll just put that to application today. So my objective today is to help you reflect and restart. Restart with what? We'll see. Before then, I have a couple of questions for you. This is my favorite question, by the way. How many of you woke up? Sure, awake. Awake. I don't know. You decide and tell me. Awake? Okay, when did you wake up? 3 o'clock, that is the time you go to sleep. Kranti? Alright. 3 o'clock you woke up and did what? Research? Wow, okay. Alright, anybody else? Any other time? Humanly possible time? 5. 5 is also humanly possible. Any other? 5:30. 5:30? I had to come here from the other side of the world. In fact, from Mars. But I still woke up around 7 o'clock. Thanks to Kranti, she woke me up. Huh? Correct. We most of us work on autopilot, right? Right? How many of you are still asleep? No? Okay, my question to you then is, what is the first thing you did as soon as you woke up? Bedpost, side table. Where is my mobile phone? Apart from giving me the reason of an alarm, give me another reason. Why did you reach out to your mobile phone first? Okay, good morning in the family group. Any other reason? Really? Okay, that's the first thing that you saw on your phone? Wow. Any other answer? No other reason? Okay, if alarm is the reason, how many of you would say alarm? Alarm? Okay, all right. So, except for sir, how many of you actually thought of what you'd be learning today? Starting today, you will be on in a 5-day FTP, right? What was your first thought? How many of you thought about this? My first thought was how long is it going to take for me to reach there? Honestly, you thought about what you'd be learning today? Oh wow, all of you. Great, fantastic. Now, my question to you is, in your life, if there was a race, or how many of us are college teachers here? All of us? Obviously, right? You'd be asking, why would I be here if I was not a college teacher? If there was a race between technology and education, which one is winning? As on today, I ask this question every session of mine. Technology is winning over education. Why would you say so? They're going together. Okay. Education is winning or will win eventually. Okay. Okay. So we're talking about technology, right? What is technology? I have some CSC teachers. What is technology, ma'am? What is technology? With the use of these digital electronic tools? Okay. All right. What is biology? Bios is life, ology is study. Okay? Psychology or psyche? I gave you the cheat code. What is technology? Think and tell. Study of technique or technology or study of machines. Science and technology innovations. Okay. Go to holy place of all answers, which is and try to find out what technology is. Go. We have about 90 seconds. What is technology? Ask it to give a smaller answer, sir. What is technology? Technology, like ma'am said, is the study of the technique or the process. Technology has got nothing to do with computers, electronics, digital devices. No. Okay. Now, what is educational technology? We say education technology is using computers and ICT for education, right? No problem. Go find the answers. What is educational technology? Basically, using the techniques to impart education in a better way, period. But always, how many of you always thought educational technology had got something to do with ICT? All of us thought so, right? All of us. Whenever we say educational technology, it has to have computer, it has to have a mobile phone, it has to have internet, it has to have some digital device. Could be mobile, could be pager for that matter. Myth broken? Right? So what is educational technology? Impart education in a better way. Okay, great. With that, I have a couple of more questions before we actually go further. If any of you has attended my session before and no answer to this, you're not answering. Okay? This is my favorite answer script. This is a transcript of a 5-year-old. Sorry, a 5th grade student. Sorry, 5th grade student. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much would you score the student? His job was to color those boxes. 5th grade. Not from India. How much would you give him? On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the least, 10 being the highest. You don't want to give an answer? How much? 5? Okay, anybody? Okay, fine. Anybody wants to give him anything less than 5? 2? Okay. 2? All right. Anybody more than 4? Anybody more than 5? 6? 6 anybody? Okay, the ones who gave 2, why would you want to give him 2, sir? It's not done. Okay. Had it been a 5-year-old? It's not done because the lines are all over the place around the shape. Okay. 3 years kid would do better than this. Okay, fine, great. Anybody else? Ma'am also gave. Right. Right. But then here he got it wrong, right? He or she got it wrong here with the circle. Okay. Okay. All right. Ma'am, somebody else gave a 3. Somebody else gave a 3. Sir, how much would you give him? You'll go by 5? Why would you give him 5? Okay, fair. Anybody from this side? I've got 3 answers from this side. How about you? How much would you give them? You want to add 1 more point? Yes. I don't know. We come up with our question papers like this only, no? Yeah, instruction is not clear. Okay, yes. So Shune, you want to give him 4. Why 4 then? They want to give him 2. You want to give him 4 for what? For attempting at one line. Okay. He understood the shapes, therefore you want to give him 5. Okay, there are 2. So you're saying that there are two tasks here. One is to identify the shape. Second is to color. So first part is done. Therefore, I want to give him 5. Fair enough. You know why? Okay. Okay. All right, people. Everyone. Okay. Kiran sir, Kranti ma'am. Okay. So now my question to you is, yes ma'am. Sorry. Do you want me to pass on the mic to you? Okay. Burning calories.
And stars are there in the third lane. He has also colored all the stars and triangles in the fourth line. So I hope.
Therefore, you want to give him fantastic. If this was a drawing class, then how much? 2? Drawing class. Painting, drawing. Less than that? Okay. I have another question. All of our lives, we ask our kids to stay in line. How many of you use ruled notebooks? How many ruled books do we have? Square ruled, 4 ruled, broad ruled, a double ruled. All of this for what? Keeping us in the line, in the box. And all of a sudden, all their lives, the students are supposed to stay in the box, in the line. And as soon as they come into the real world, they have to think out of the box. Why? We as teachers have put them in the box. We as teachers scored them off for coming out of the box a little. Then why are we penalizing them again for not thinking out of the box? Did you think about it? Yes, no? No? So whose fault is it? Students' fault for not being able to think out of the box, or our fault for not letting them think out of the box? We don't want to take the blame. Why will I take the blame? Right? Yes, sir. You're saying something?
Yeah, so, I mean, the simple understanding regarding the statement is that, like, until the students got their ability to think beyond the lines, out of the box, they are strictly under the discipline by the teachers, even by the parents in the case of children.
Right.
When they have started getting the ability to take care of their things in terms of education, in terms of personal life, in terms of professional life, you know, they got the freedom to think beyond the lines and think outside the box or out of the box.
Great. So I have a question then to all of you. This question is again to all of you. You are pretty well dressed. You coming to this FTP, okay? There is no elevator, I know. Had there been an elevator, you are happy that you're very well dressed. You want to take a lot of pictures, selfies. Your friends are going to be around. You get into the elevator. You have Spurti, okay? In the elevator, as soon as you enter, Spurti says, and does this. No? I did this, and I did this. What happened? You know you're dressed well. You know you've used your deodorant. You know everything. But what happened? What is the first feeling that you get? As soon as you get into the elevator, somebody rubs their nose and covers their nose. Conscious. Am I spelling bad? Right? As soon, okay, be very honest, okay? As soon as I step out of the elevator, you stay back. What is the first thing that you're doing? Now, this has happened because we are so accustomed to being in the box. Who put you in the box at that point in time? It could be because of the elevator, it could be because of something that I ate. My own mouth probably is stinking because of the garlic that I ate before. You never know, but who put you in the box? We are used to staying in the box. No matter how much independence, like sir said, no matter what amount of exposure we get, we will get into the box. Any given opportunity will get into the box. Immediately. Like that. How do we fix this? We are teachers. We are supposed to think about a lot of other things. Language teachers, people ask me, Spoort, I go to many of the IITs to deliver talks to CSC folks. The first time I went to IIT Guwahati, they were like, humanities department, what is she going to talk about on computers to computer science folks? Because people, at least about us, language teachers, people assume that it is grammar, pronunciation, vocabulary. यही तो पढ़ा है आपको? This is what you teach. Ma'am, can you please give me 5 classes? Your syllabus is okay, no, ma'am. How many of you face this? Especially in engineering colleges? We become very important when the placement rate is, and the feedback is bad about the communication skills of our students. I'll come to that. So basically, everything around our world today is smart. Smart education, smart roads, smart buildings, cities. So education has to be smart as well. Everything is about making things new and novelty. So how different are we going to teach them? How many of you believe in time travel? This is again my favorite test activity. How many of you believe in time travel? Time travel? Time travel? Wow. You believe in time travel? Okay. Others don't believe in time travel? No? Okay. Close your, close your eyes. See, we said, no, we will break all the myths today. So you're not allowed to close your eyes in an FDP or in a classroom, right? We'll break that as well. Close your eyes. I'm talking about the eyes on the face, not monkey arc. So close the eyes on the face, please. Everybody, please close your eyes. I'm not going to steal your devices. Okay? Done? Ma'am, please close your eyes. We'll not begin until you close your eyes. Everybody? Sudha ma'am? Okay. All right. So let's slowly think of time. Close your eyes. Think when you came to this campus. Today morning, the first thing that you saw when you came to the campus? Maybe the gate, the lush green campus, this beautiful auditorium. Let's go back a little in time, but then before coming here, you might have had those thoughts. How far is this place? How will I reach that place? Let's go a little further back to the time when you registered for the FDP. What will I learn? 5 days. Where will I get the OD from? And probably your faculty, colleague that you asked about this. Let's go back further in time to when you started working at all. The first day of your work, that excitement. Do you remember what you wore that day? Let's go back a little further to the last day of college. All of our lives, we thought college last day we'll be happy, we'd have fun, but then we were so worried about our careers and future. Let's go back further to our school days. School was never fun, but all our lives, again, we were waiting for school to get over, that to get rid of that uniform. The last day, we were sad. That school dress of yours, uniform, that classroom, your school gate, that grumpy teacher that you hated all your life, but that day,
she or he didn't seem that grumpy. A little further back to your school days where you waited for school to get over. Let's come back slowly to our +2 days. People told us that those are the 2 years of our lives. If we are just taking care of those 2 years, everything will be set, which was such a big lie. Can you see the face of that person telling you that? It could be your parent, it could be your cousin, it could be your uncle, aunt, mom. Let's come back slowly to our college days. College was so much different. It was fun. To now college days, where we are, for the rest of our lives, we'll have to go to college. Slowly come back to this auditorium, where you're just hoping that I continue this session for another 10 minutes and you get to doze off. And open your eyes. Okay. Sir. Thank you. Sir. Open your eyes, please. They just hope I continue this forever. Sir? Yeah. Okay. No problem. That's all right. Okay. How many of you saw your school building? How many of you saw your school dress? How many of you saw your friend's face? At least one person from school. How many of you saw your best teacher's face? How many of you saw my face when you saw best teacher? Amrita, you don't have a choice. Okay. All right. How many of you saw, okay, how many of you saw the grumpy, sad teacher's face? How many of you saw a grumpy colleague's face? I don't have my colleagues here, so I can't ask that question. Huh? Okay. How many of you saw the last day of your school, the farewell party or something? You've been there? Okay. How did you go there? Our brain took us there. There will be a time where people from this college, with the help of the technology folks, will be able to develop a technology where we can go along with them. There was a beautiful tool available on Google. I don't know why they brought it down. Probably they didn't want to. Google had this tool. It was called Google 360 AR/VR. I don't know why they brought it down. It was absolutely free. You could upload a picture of any place and just give them the location. It would show you how the place is now. It will give you a 360-degree view of that place. Beautiful tool. I don't know why they brought it down. It was available until 2012. No, 22. Post-COVID, they brought it down. Okay, so how many of you think time travel is possible because you just did? How many of you now think time travel is possible? With the help of you and our kids, the students, I'm sure we can make it a reality very soon. It would be brilliant, right? If you could take me along to your school and show me. Talking of time travel, I'll tell you a story. Okay? How many of you have human CCTV cameras in your life? Human CCTV cameras, who are they usually? Exactly. We will talk about them now. Okay? Kranti met my personal CCTV camera. So we'll talk about her. Name changed. Okay? For now, let's call her Rama. Okay? All right. So Rama auntie has been my mom's friend and neighbor for the last 30 years. Okay? Okay. She's been my neighbor and friend for my mom, and the whole objective of her existence is to talk about me and my brother. పెళ్ళి ఎప్పుడు చేసుకుంటారు? వాళ్ళ పెళ్ళి అయిపోయిందా? ఇండియాకి ఎందుకు రావట్లేదు? ఎప్పుడు ఇండియా నుంచి బయటకు వెళ్తాడు? పిల్లలు ఎందుకు పుట్టట్లేదు? ఒకటే పాప చాలా, నలుగురు ఎందుకు లేరు? ఓకే, దిస్ ఇస్ ది ఓల్డ్. లావ్ ఎందుకు అయిపోయావు? ఫస్ట్ క్వశ్చన్, లావ్ అవుతున్నావేంటి స్ఫూర్తి నువ్వు? ఎందుకు? Okay, so no. Okay, so this problem existed from Stone Age. This is Stone Age basically. Okay, two aunties. For example, that's the mom. Okay, mom is sad. Just imagine, aunties are very happy when things don't go well in our lives. Happier when our moms are sad. Agree? Agree? No? No? Ma'am doesn't want to agree. Ma'am, are you a CCTV camera in somebody else's life? No? All right. Okay. So, that mom is sad because of that son. That son is weird. She says, bro, my son is weird. I don't know, somehow. This guy doesn't go anywhere. This guy doesn't go hunting. But he goes into the caves. He goes into the caves with hammer and, nails and draws all those images as if he's hunting. Bro, I think he's got ADHD. Okay? The excitement level from here to here of who? Neighboring auntie. Okay. Neighbor auntie is like, no, you don't feel bad. Sometimes it happens. Anni manamanchike. Sab hamare achhi ke liye hota hai. You don't worry. From today, my son is your son. And then immediately opportunity. They will start talking about how great their son is. Yesterday my son went hunting for an elephant. Today he's going to go and hunt a tiger. Don't worry. Your son is absolutely useless. You can't do anything about it. But my son is brilliant. He's going to be your son as well. He's going to take care of both of us from today. Right? Sunawa lagta hai na? This is what our aunties do. Now, according to you, if this son is son number 1, and this son is son number 2, according to the aunties, let's say for now, who is the useless son? Son 1 or son 2? Huh? Son 1 is useless and son 2 is brilliant, right? According to you? Huh? Son 1 is brilliant. Son 1 is brilliant or useless? Son 1 is useless. Kya karta hai bhai? Kuch nahi karta hai. Right? Same answer everybody? Who told you about their story, son 1 or son 2? How do you know about them? I'm just asking you, how do you know about Stone Age? Because of son 2 who ate all the lions and elephants and tigers? Or because of son 1? Huh? How do you know about Stone Age? The carvings. The useless son made those carvings, and because of the useless son, we know about them. So there will be people, especially for our language teachers, who will come and tell you, technology is not your cup of tea. Coffee, water also. Okay? It is our job. You just take care of grammar. Okay? So in today's session, what we'll do is, we will use their technology and come up with courses. Okay? Fair? All right, great. Please, some of you are yawning, therefore I'm giving you some work. Try to solve these. I'll give you an example. The first, ninth one is forget it. Try to get answers to these, please. No, so second one is middle age. Absolutely, okay, right, good. Somebody else, please answer, else people will think that I gave the answers to my student. One another, okay. Middle age is done, yeah. I'll give you I'll show you the answers, don't worry. Okay, all right. Editor-in-chief, okay? 10th is small talk, yes. 6th one is what? Crossbreed. No, 6th, no, that's 11th. 11th is crossbreed. Yeah. Showdown, okay. Top secret, yeah, top secret, right. Small talk. 19 is something that apna dekho. The message to the aunties. See for yourself, huh? Get up, okay. Then where is go? Okay, get up and go. Jackpot. You're close, Jack. No. We talked about it. We talked about, huh? Okay, forget it. All right. So I'm going to show you the answers. Let's see how much. But I'll also tell you one of the answers is incorrect. You'll have to find out which. We are very good at it. Finding faults we're very good at. Okay? Let's see which one is the wrong answer. Go ahead. One after another, editor-in-chief, bigger and better, Tennessee, moral support, forget it, small talk. One of the answers is incorrect. Which one? Huh? No? One of the answers is incorrect. There's a problem. Basically, this puzzle, I gave it to AI, and it solved it in less than about 2-3 seconds. The delay is only because of the internet connection that I had. Okay. But it gave me the answers with a mistake. What is the mistake? There is an error, a clear error. There is an error. It's an error, it's not a mistake. Jack in the box is right. Small talk appears twice. Small talk appears twice. It is supposed to be see for yourself. It appears twice. The reason I put this on the slide is because AI can make mistakes. But how long do you think our kids, the students that we teach, would take to solve this puzzle? Usually 20 questions, 20 minutes? 1 minute each? Will they take 1 minute each to solve these? How long do you think we would be able to solve it in, let's be honest, 30 minutes? Yeah? 10 minutes buffer time, right? Okay. English teachers, how many alphabets do we have in English? How many alphabets do we have in English? Thank you very much. We have one alphabet with 26 letters, thank you, right? So what we'll do now, take your notes out. We got, all of us have got notepads. With each letter of the alphabet, A to Z or A to Z, write one technology that you use as a team. Doesn't matter. It can be teamwork, but you have like exactly 1 minute for it. With each letter of the alphabet, write one technology that you use. A could be AI. B could be something. This team has an advantage. ChatGPT. All right, go ahead. 10 seconds up, 50 seconds more. It's group work, by the way. Divide the letters. You only have 60 seconds. Each group take about 6 letters. Each person take about 6 letters. Quick, 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 quick. 20 seconds up. Thirty seconds up, another 30 seconds. Let's see how many we've got. I'm coming there. How many so far? 10, okay. How many so far? How many so far? 10, okay. All right. Team, how many so far? How many so far? Did you not divide your words? You did? Repetition, no. Divide yourselves into like A to G and H onwards. It will be easier. Okay. How many so far? How many so far? 5? 7. Okay, I'm coming to that group. How many so far? How many so far? 6. It could be repetition also. 15. Fantastic. That team got 15. Oh yeah, you should do it together only. How many so far, ma'am? 9. Okay, that team is leading. They've got 15. I can give you another 20 seconds, people. 20 seconds more. It could be any technology. It could be big basket on your phone. Doesn't matter. All 26? What are you saying? All 26? Okay. Okay, last 20 seconds. Quill. Okay. Quill. So there are plenty. Oh, she's writing. Okay, you're thinking. Okay. Fair. Ma'am, how many? How many so far? Let me come there. I'll help you. WhatsApp. W. WhatsApp. W. Okay. Instagram. Oh, you use Gen AI? Fantastic. You're going to look at Gen AI together. Elicit AI? Okay, fantastic. Last 10 seconds. Last 10 seconds, everyone. Okay, time up. All right. Last 10 seconds, pens down. What, you're going to be so engrossed in... Okay, everyone, very quickly. Teams, can I have your attention? All right, let's move on. Just tell me, look at the screen and tell me if the lady is going clockwise or anti-clockwise. Okay. Okay. Is the lady going clockwise or anti-clockwise? Clockwise is like the clock. Anti-clockwise is like this. Sir, we'll come to the tools. Don't worry. I'll give you more time on the tools. Anti? Huh? That clockwise? Both ways? Okay. Okay. For how many it is clockwise only? It's a GIF. Okay. You can go to the internet and not now, later. And type dancing lady. It's basically illusion. There is a whole theory around it saying people who are creative would see the lady going clockwise. People who are logical would see the lady going anti-clockwise. Or vice versa. Okay. But apparently our brain will keep switching from logic to creative. So whenever you see the lady going both ways, your brain is switching from left to right. Apparently. I don't vouch for it. But then there is another. This is something you all know, we all know. Okay, let's say if you're traveling to some place, if you're booking a hotel, what are certain things that you look for? What are certain things that you look for when you're traveling? You have to stay. First is hygiene. Huh? Budget. And? View, okay. Ventilation, okay. Food options, okay. That comes to food. Do we all eat the same food? Okay. What cuisine do you prefer? That table. Chinese? Jain, okay. Indian? South Indian, okay. That table? South Indian? This table? What would you prefer? A buffet with everything. Okay, all right. How about you? Okay, Indian basically. Okay, how about you? Doesn't matter as long as it is tasty. Okay, fair. Another question for you. Blue and black? White and gold. Blue and black. Which color is the dress? Blue and brown. White and gold. Okay. Okay, how many of you see clearly black and blue? Raise your hand, please. Black and blue. Okay. How many of you see beige and white? White and beige or gold? Okay. How many of you see brown and blue? Okay. So, sir, what do you see? White and beige, brown, gold? Okay, okay. All right. So, who's wrong here? Who's wrong here? I clearly see dark blue and dark black. I clearly see dark blue and black. Same logic. People who are creative would apparently see blue and black. People who are logical would apparently see beige and white. Not watch. There are people who see white. And there have been times when I saw white. Can switch, apparently. How many of you see white? Ma'am has a question. Okay. Sir, you can also see white, right? Huh? So the reason I'm saying this is because, okay. The reason we're doing this at all is not necessary that we use the tools in a similar way, right? We're going to look at some tools, but we're going to use them differently. There is a level at which we are comfortable with technology. If you're not able to work around with these tools today, that's fine. Let's take it slow. But you will need your team members to support you. Okay? Fair? All right, great. They can't understand? Because they're dominant. They're left brain dominant. You're left brain dominant. Therefore, you're not able to see. There are people who will see white and gold clearly. What color is the dress? Irrespective of the device you use, just go to Google and type what color is the dress, you'll find this. Not now. Shanti. Later. Okay? All right. Like I said, you must be thinking, Spurti, your session title was aided, but you're giving us global gyan. Right? It was essential for me to set the stage. Because, again, not all of us are going to use all the tools in the same way. There are a lot of tools available. Amrita is going to be with you every day tomorrow morning onwards, and we have come up with 100 tools that you can use for teaching. She's going to take you through those tools every morning. All right? Some of those tools we'll try today. Okay? Your device ready? You're ready? Okay, fair. So keep them locked. I'll let you know when to unlock them. So there is a SWOT analysis, but I don't know if you'd be able to do it. Amrita, you can take up SWOT analysis tomorrow morning. Okay? So this is what you will do tomorrow morning. You will see how well you know AI and what are the strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities and threats that you have. You don't have to worry about it yet. We are showing it to you today so that you know your strengths and weaknesses while using these tools today. Fair? Okay. This is what you will do tomorrow morning. I want all of you to stand, please. Stand. Why should the teacher do the standing all the time? All right. Okay. Again, we'll close our eyes. This time by are you? All right. Okay. Close your eyes. Everyone, please close your eyes. Whenever you think it is 1 minute, sit down. Close your eyes. And whenever you think it is 1 minute, sit down. Your time starts now. Thank you, ma'am. You really scared me. I thought, like, sir, you also slept off slightly. All right. Okay. Okay. Did we all sit together? Last time I checked and learned, 1 minute is 60 seconds. How did we not sit together? I said your time starts now. Why did we not sit together? Okay. If there can be so much difference in 1 minute, just imagine how much difference would be there in our classrooms. Our classes are 45 minutes to 1 hour. And just understand the plight of us, 1.5 hour talk. I don't know if you're following me at all or no. So we'll try to apply the learning, okay? All right? So, basic cycle of teaching. First step is prep. So we read and we prepare ourselves, right? We can't go to the class without knowing what we're going to teach. Sometimes some teachers do, but we don't want to do that. Next is preparing lesson plans, right? Lesson planning is something that we do not do after our B.Ed. But trust me, lesson planning is going to help us a lot, right? Third step is teaching, explanation, basically what we do in the classroom. And fourth is testing, assessment. This is the usual cycle, right? So we'll try and use some tools for each of these steps. Fair? So the first step is read. The first tool that I'm going to show you is Paper Digest. I'm going to put the mic here. No. Are you able to hear me? Would they be able to hear me? Okay. So what I'll do now is I will go to our holy place of all answers. Don't be scared looking at my desktop. It has got a lot of icons. Okay. So we said Paper Digest, right? This tool will not only help you prepare for your classwork, but will help you in your research as well. I'll tell you what Paper Digest does. Is this blocked by any chance? Do you have any blockers? Firewall settings? No, thank you. All right. All right. So you can use it for academic writing or literature review. For now, I'm going to show you literature review. Okay, for each of these tools, dear participants, for each of these tools, I'm going to show it to you for 2 minutes, and then I'm going to give you 3 minutes to go and try it out yourself. Okay, then you can say, Spurti, you gave me a tool that never worked. I don't want to take that blame, so we'll give you 3 minutes to go work with it. Okay? Fair. Give me some research topic, please. Any research area? Huh? One, I'm half deaf. Two, my ears are covered with my hair right now, so I'm not able to hear you. So can you please tell me, what is it?
Kinship verification.
Kids.
Kinship.
Kinship.
Kinship verification.
Kingship or kinship?
Kin. K-I. Facial kinship verification. Facial.
I should have not asked you to stand. You woke up from your sleep. Okay. I don't want to type the third word. Let's see if it gives us anything. Here you have option of selecting papers, review papers, research. You have options. You can take the drop down there. You can look for expert talks, clinical trials, grants, or patents. The beauty about this, you can say Spurti, I can go type it in ChatGPT, it will give me. ChatGPT is over-friendly. ChatGPT will give you fake references. But this thing doesn't give you fake references. It will give you real references. And the beauty is, it will summarize it for you. Okay? My 2 minutes are up. You go try it with your topic. It works on all devices. Mobile phone, laptop, tab, desktop computer. It works on all devices. Now, remember I said we will come up with a course by the end of this session, right? So as a group, you decide on a course that you want to come up with. You'll design a course. Try it. Okay? You did not understand? Each table, group on each table, by the end of this session, will come up with an entire course. You decide what course, decide which area and what course you'd want to develop. As a team. Entire course. 40-hour course. Got it? Let everybody try. Everybody tried? For you? I'll give instructions. Don't worry. Did you try? No, did you try? Try it. You then you'll get 100% plagiarism. 100% plagiarism you'll get. People, there is a question. There was a question, Spurti, can I use it in my paper? You can use it and get 100% plagiarism report. Okay, please, no. You're not doing that. AI plagiarism. In that also you have plagiarism and AI plagiarism. So it will show both. Okay? All right, done? This was the first rule. Yes, ma'am. You can search again. There's no limit on number of searches. With free account, yes. I did not log in. If you see, I have not logged in. With free account, you have 10. No, you can search again with another word search. Just add perceptions or something, then it will show you 10 more. Okay, so you just need to tweak it a little. Okay, done. So that's to do with read. Another tool, don't try it now, is Humata, Humata. The beauty with Humata is you can upload the files from your desktop. We have this habit of saving papers on our computer which we never go and touch. Physical, they have a lot of dust on them. On the computer, I don't know if they're rotting there. Right? Humata, upload and it will give you the same thing. Okay, done. Let's move on to the next tool. Humata. It will do this, what Paper Digest has done. Humata will also take papers from you. You can upload, let's say, you have 5 theses, 4 articles, and 20 books, let's say. You can upload all of those in PDF format into Humata and ask Humata for any questions or ask it to summarize all those. It will give it to you. Okay? All right. Done, people? This is something that you will need for your course design. There was a question, what course should we design, Spurti? Okay? Think of an area. Think of an area as a group. You have 1 minute that you would want to develop a course in. As a group. Talk to your group members. Think of an area and a course that you'd want to develop. You have 1 minute. Anybody wants to work on presentation skills? No? Presentation skills anybody wants to take? No? 2 primary, okay. What do you want to take? Linguistics, no, give it a title, what? Introduction to linguistics, advanced linguistics, no linguistics. Introduction to linguistics, fair. Personality development, okay. Personality development sold, linguistics sold. To teaching literature through AI, okay. That's sold. Okay, next. Non-verbal communication, okay. You're thinking. Okay, teaching soft skills through literature. Wow, okay. Creative, huh? Okay. Medical humanities. Okay. Medical humanities is called something else. They changed the title, right? Medical humanities. Brilliant, brilliant. Okay. Healthy humanities. Humanities is now retitled as health. For some reason, people didn't want the term medical. Yes, ma'am. Personality development, skill development. Okay, that's different. Soft skills. Okay, done. Course is ready. Course titles ready. Just write them in your notepad and we'll come back to you. Okay. Then when I said the second step is lesson planning or preparation, all of you hated me. B.Ed mein khatam ho gaya tha, why is she bringing that torture again into our lives? But trust me, lesson planning is going to help you a lot. Okay, wait. The tool that I'm going to show you for lesson planning, I'm going to show you two. Give me 2 minutes to show each of those tools and then you can go try it, okay? The first tool is AutoClassmate. Again, I have not registered here. I'm just going down. I'm just scrolling down to create lesson plan. Everyone, please follow this. It's going to be a little easy if you could just do it. You can say ChatGPT will also do it, but then the prompt engineering that we have to do with ChatGPT is elaborate. Okay? This tool is created for the same purpose. We all teach engineering students. So I'm going to type engineering here. What do you want it to come up with? Lesson plan. Give me a lesson title, please. Linguistics. Okay. For what? Okay. Do you want it to create lessons only? Activity-based lessons, how? Create activity-based lessons. I'm randomly typing without built on Bloom's taxonomy. Add assessment and assignments. 60 minutes lesson. Okay? I did that and I'm not selecting anything else. Intro to linguistics. Okay, so it gives you whatever we asked them for. CO materials, introduction, direct instruction, activity 1, activity 2, assessment, assignment, reflection for teacher and conclusion. Okay. Can you try it on your phone? You have 2 minutes. Come up with any lesson plan for your... You came up with a course, right? Think of a lesson from that course. We have 2 minutes. Kranti, we have a hard stop at? We have a hard stop at? I thought it was getting projected from there. No? You checked it. Okay. All right. Okay. Are we done? Did it work for everybody? It's working? Okay, great. So I'm going to show you another tool, which is one step further. It's called Perplexity. Perplexity is similar to ChatGPT or Gemini or Grok. However, Perplexity gives you lesson plans with COPO mapping. I'll show you. Okay. See, it'll give you Bloom's level, COs clearly defined, program objectives, and you can actually click on any of these and it'll tell you which CO it is mapped to. It'll give you assignment. So it's your knack work is going to be super easy with Perplexity. Even for references, it will tell you which CO it is mapped to. You just need to go and place the cursor on the number, and I'll show you. You can use lesson plan AI as well if you don't have to be worried so much about. See, it will map your assignments also to your COs. Okay? That's Perplexity AI. Do you want to go and try it? Or is it okay? Can we move ahead? We can go ahead, right? You can try this, okay? All right. So the next one that we want to talk about is the next step. This is my favorite tool again, but then I don't know if Owllift is going to work here because most of the colleges will not allow Owllift because there is a firewall setting, because there is sarcastic element there. I'll show you. Owllift was earlier called Teach Like I'm 5. Okay, thing with Owllift, you will not have to register as such, but you may have to log in sometimes. Let's see if it is going to give me answers without logging in. I'm going to ask some random question. Give me some silly question. Nanophysics. And let's say photosynthesis. This is exactly how our students ask us questions, right? Sometimes they come up with some random question, they think we are encyclopedia. Look at my spelling, synthesis. Synthesis. Okay. What is this? I shouldn't do this. Okay. All right. Let's see if it is going to work. It's not giving me answers. Like I said, it won't allow sometimes without logging in. Are you able to see my password? Oh my God, it says lost password. I want all of you to close your eyes again because I'm going to open my email. I'm going to open my official email. forgot my password. Sorry about this. I hope you're working on Perplexity in the meantime. Okay. Let's ask the same question again. Nanophysics. Now this time let's ask something else. Kinship you said, right? I just hope the server is not down. Let's just check. Huh. That's not working. Okay, let's not waste time. I will fix that in the meantime. We'll come to Olive later because I want you to try Olive sometime after we leave from this place or when we have a better network, because firewalls, Olive doesn't work usually on campuses. I thought as much. The next step or the fourth step is QuizGecko. Yes, sir. Olive? It breaks down. Okay, so you have all kinds of students coming with different questions, right? So Owlift will help you break down the answer or questions, and it will give you bite-sized information. It will process all that information. Like today morning session, what he actually took today is usually a 3-month course, right? So Owlift will actually bring it down to, let's say, three paragraphs. It will give you analogies, it will give you examples, and it will break down the information to bite-sized information that you can share with students. Any topic. I wish I could show you that. I will try to show you that in my phone at least, if it doesn't work on the college network. But then Owlift is beautiful. What sir did with paradigm shifts in English language teaching, that's an entire course. You can do that with any subject, and Owlift will help you in bringing it down to 3 paragraphs. All you have to do is ratamorify that, go. Okay. I wish I could show you that, but it's beautiful. And you have a sarcastic element there. So it's nice, it's fun. Okay. The most difficult part of our life, assessment. Now you can say, Spurti, I can get assessments from ChatGPT, same thing, no problem. But QuizGecko will give you customized assessments in any types. Well, let's go to QuizGecko. Amrita, what is the other assessment tool that we looked at, apart from QuizGecko? QuizGecko is for creating tests. No, don't try it now. I'm going to give you time. Don't worry. Okay? You need to understand how to generate. Courseworks on? No, that is different. Okay. 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 All you have to do is, you just need to create a Google account. If you have a Google account, sign in using Google account and go to generate. I can either upload, import files on my computer, record or copy paste text. For this session, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to copy paste something from the internet, okay? Since the word of the day is linguistics, I'm going to linguistics, Wikipedia.
copy any content. If you have a textbook, if you have a lesson, you can copy that lesson. I'm going to paste it here. Once you paste it, you have an option. You can either choose multiple choice, true or false questions, short answer questions, fill in the blank, matching, or mixed questions. Okay? So for the purpose of this demonstration, I'm using multiple choice. Okay? And then I'll click on, again, you can create one lesson free using this tool, one question paper free using this tool. I don't know if it is called a glitch in the tool. Change the IP, you can create more. Okay. With one IP, it will only show you one. Just change the IP and it will work. Or change the email ID, it will work. You can generate more. If you have to generate a lot of questions. The internet is slow, right? Doesn't take so long usually. Okay. So here are your questions. MCQs, right? What you can do is, like Kahoot, if you have used Kahoot, you can share it with your team directly. You can copy paste it, you can download the entire question paper. You can do multiple types of questions. You can also download study notes, create podcasts using those. And seek podcast feedback if you wish to. Okay, try this please. It is QuizGecko. I'll show you the tool again. This is QuizGecko. Just go to Google and look for QuizGecko. Try any type. Per team, let's say you try multiple choice, you try fill in the blanks, true and false questions. We have 3 minutes, please. Install? No, I never installed any. Scroll down and click on Get Started. And it will ask you for your email ID only. Log in with your Google account. You don't have to register separately. Okay? There are plenty of other tools available. These are user-friendly. You'll get to know about all those tools through these 5 days. Don't worry about it. Amrita is the go-to person for you all for the tools. She's going to be with you every day morning. That means you have to come here every day morning by 9 o'clock. Please make sure, because every day, first session is AI in action. So every day we look at a certain number of tools in the first session. She's Amrita. She's working on the project with me now, and then she'll be joining her PhD on 9th of July with me again. So, Amrita, would you like to stand and say hi? They'll have to put up with you for 4 days. It's a time-bound session, so if you miss out, let's say you come by 9:40, you'll miss one tool. As simple as that. Okay? All right. Great. That was QuizGecko. I'll come to content and scale later, but I want to show you Jenny AI. For sir who asked me, Spurti, if I copy-paste data from Paper Digest, will it be plagiarism? Jenny AI is beautiful. I'll tell you how. This is basically useful when you have a writer's block. Jenny AI. JENNI.ai. Okay. So it already has a structure. Basically, all you have to do is you need to click on New. So that is my earlier project that I worked on, project-based learning and ELT. Therefore, it has. You can upload your PDF files if you have any. If you want to chat with Jenny, you can do that.
or you can create a document. So for the purpose of this session, I'm creating a document. Whenever I have a writer's block, sometimes most of us know what to write, but then we are stuck. So Genie AI will help you in getting started. That way, you will not have AI detection plagiarism, but again, use AI responsibly and judiciously. I'll tell you why I'm saying this, especially with Genie AI. Research question. Give me a research question, please. Any random research question. None of us are interested in research? Give me a research. Any research question? Okay. How to, no. Do culture, okay, wait. Does culture have an impact on mental health? I don't know. I don't know. Randomly, some random question. Okay. Smart headings, you have options. For now, I want to make my life easy. So I'm clicking smart headings. So Genie AI gives you input sentence-wise. It says culture, a multifaceted construct, profoundly influences various facets of human life, with mental health being no exception. And it is giving you a real reference as well. But somehow I don't like it. I didn't like the beginning. So I say try again. And then it'll give me a new one. I like it, let's say. Then I say accept. Then it'll give me a new one. So what it is doing is, it is giving you inputs not together. So if you can use these inputs and write or think on those lines, it is helping you think. You can go ahead. I say, okay, fine, I'm fine with the introduction. The problem is, I don't know the components. Same thing. I don't like this, so I say try again. You know what Genie AI is doing? It is actually helping you. One sentence, one thought at a time. Okay? Go try it, please. You have 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes on Genie AI. It is 3:34. But the buses leave, then they'll stay back till tomorrow morning. Okay. All right. Genie AI, very quickly, please. No, they have to work on that course, no? I'll have to get on with it. You'll have 15 minutes only to work on that course if you don't wrap this up quickly. So we are done with planning, we're done with preparation, lesson planning done, reading done, assessment done, research, basic writing done. Okay? Now you'll come up with your course. Huh? And then you can create document. I'll show you again, no problem. New, you can take I clicked on document. Okay, then it'll give you this. Then I enter my research question and then click on start writing. All right? "30 seconds more." We said, yeah, 30 seconds more, please. We said 2 minutes only. Now, one problem with all of us, especially language teachers, people who are, how many of you struggle with those shapes and boxes and tables on Word file? No, it's easy to draw those. Basically, infographics. Wow. Okay. So for people like me, I want everything. My scholars, they hate me for this. I want everything both in tabular form and written form. Not duplication, but for everything I need a tabular form. For example, there is a literature review. If they're talking about one particular topic, I want it in table. And I want an infographic in their thesis. Else it is not getting submitted. So for them and for me and for saving my own eyes, there is this beautiful tool called, what do you want to do? Napkin AI. Okay. So wait, let me tell you how Napkin AI works. Kranti also used Napkin AI. You did it? absolutely fun it is. It saves a lot of time. Okay, so people, we're looking at Napkin AI. Can I please have your attention, because you will have trouble while coming with your courses in 15 minutes if you don't focus. I'm just going to new Napkin, draw with AI, and then I'm just, no, not draw with AI. Blank napkin, let's say. I don't want to use AI. I want to go with blank napkin, and I'm just pasting whatever I copied from Wikipedia. Remember? And do you see this? This reminds me of that cartoon, Pikachu. You just have to click on that power sign, and your infographic is ready, and you have options as well. You don't like that? Is this better? You don't like that? Is this better? I like this, but I don't like the colors on it. So I'll go on styles, and I'll change the colors. So you can say, Spurti, this is fine, but how do I copy paste it? You just have to go here, click on export, and download. I want it in PNG format. It's not getting downloaded for some reason. You can try doing it in the meantime while I'm trying to see. You know, how can technology work with humanities people? It has to give us some trouble. No, it is giving me. Okay. We will find another way. Yeah. See? Okay. So it's saved. It's getting saved. You just have to download it and then use it wherever you want to use it. You want to try it? It works on all devices again. Laptop, desktop, tab, computer. Any kind of infographics you want to create, use Napkin AI. Especially useful in your research publication. See? It's downloaded and it looks pretty. Right? Great. Last tool. All of this is fine, Spurti. One problem is creating PPTs. Lesson plan is also fine. Why should I create PPTs? Difficult, right? Okay, I'll show you a tool for PPTs now. Again, we're going to holy place of all answers. Okay? And this tool is GA. See, look at that. I'm typing essay. Gamma. People used Gamma? Gamma is brilliant. Okay? Gamma, this is the one. Okay, all you have to do is go. Same content that I copied from Wikipedia. Your internet is a little slow, no problem. I want to wrap this by 4:45 so that you'll have 15 minutes for your lesson, for your course. You can say, Spurti, you're over ambitious. How can we create a course in 15 minutes? Kuch bhi. You'll see. So I don't want it to generate it all by itself. I want to give my input, okay? So I gave my input. I'm scrolling down. Generate from notes, you have options. Generates from notes or an outline, summarize long text and document, preserve the exact text. Then I'm clicking on configuring your prompt. I just copied it from Wikipedia. Then I'm clicking on continue. Then it gives me options to select the format. So let's say, what should we select? Should we go green and select this? Let's say, we'll take that. Okay? And then I click on generate. So that's your PPT. Done. And the beauty is you can download it as well, as is. Remember, I said use the headlines, therefore it is. You don't want it to be text heavy, you look at the, go for the second option, summarize and give me headings only. This is text heavy. I wanted to show you this because you didn't want to delete any content from there. Okay? Let it create. Why is it creating so much? I wanted to stop. See, evolution of linguistic thought. Modern disciplinary shift. Contemporary expansion. It'll give you everything. Linguistics and cognate discipline. This is going beyond my cognitive ability. You don't have to worry about the infographics also. It'll pick it from there. Done? So now I want to download it. I just go on share. Just look at this. Export. Convert to PPT. I want to keep it as PPT, PDF, doesn't matter. For now, I want to keep it as PPT. It will download. It will be saved on your computer. Now, what's the time now? See, I'm giving you 2 minutes extra. Your job is simple. You need to come up with a course for whatever area you picked, with course objectives, with lesson plans for 2 lessons. Go to Perplexity and ask it for lessons in the course if you want to. Use any of the tools you want to. The objective is simple. You come up with course objectives, 2 lesson plans for 2 lessons, 2 assessments, and 1 PPT. That's it in the next 15 minutes. Go ahead. Go ahead. Use Perplexity, lesson plan, autoclassmate, doesn't matter. You have to come up with lesson plan, course objectives, assessment, and a PPT. That's it. You have 15 minutes for it. Lot of time. Go ahead. Should I put it on the screen? Should I type what all you need to come up with? Okay. Just in case you want to see how the PPT is saved. It's saved like this. I can edit it. It's editable. See. Okay? Because I gave them only that much content, it came up with that much only. I would have given more, then it could have come up with more. Okay? So you wanted me to give you the... So I want to add, let's say I want to add new slides to this. I'm just showing it so that you know how to add new slides to this. You can use any of those tools. You can use ChatGPT if you don't like any of those tools. Doesn't matter. But this is what you need to come up with in the next 14 minutes, by the way. Huh? Okay, 10 minutes. Okay, fair. Unless you want to stay back and miss your bus. Course title, course objectives, 2 lesson plans, 2 assessments, and 1 PPT. That's it. Nothing else. Easy. Easy, no? 10 minutes you have. Only 4 things to do. Divide the work. Course title they came up with already. You have the course title already.
A small doubt, madam.
Yes.
If I use Jenny AI, suppose my research purpose, I ask some doubt. It has given some introduction about my topic. It has given 1 paragraph. See, straightforward, I kept it in my research article.
Okay.
Will it give as a plagiarism?
100%. Is it your work? Is it your work? Is it your work? Is it your brainchild?
I am not getting.
Whatever the content on GenAI, is it your brainchild?
No.
Not anything that is not our brainchild is plagiarized. Can be another human being, can be another book, can be AI.
No, suppose the document is already there in Google.
Turnitin will give you 100% plagiarized. It is copy pasted.
Okay.
And 100% AI detected.
Okay.
I will show you content at scale is another tool. I think I've asked to share it with you in the coming days. That will tell you exactly where you copied, what are the changes you made.
Okay.
And that is built into
AI. As AI. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Done. Okay. All right. So, if you think it was a lot of load on you, too much in one day, you can do it. Long way to go home. On your way back home, you can do it. But make sure that you post it in the group. You have to post these in the group. Doable? By when? Deadline. Because how many of you have ATM cards? All of us have? Okay. I'll tell you something. How many of you, did you ever go to a supermarket and looked at somebody and isko kahin? Does it ever happen to you? Happens, right? In conference and workshops, I usually look at people's bellies because the ID card is there. They get uncomfortable. They think I'm looking at their belly, but no, I'm looking at their ID card to see what their name is. Okay. So it happens because you remember the face, but you forget the name of the person or where you met them. So there was this, so apparently somebody else told me this, but when you withdraw cash and you fold that ATM slip and keep it in your purse, what will happen? Will disappear, right? Our brain works like that. Whenever you learn something new and then you don't revisit that information, the content will go to recycle bin of the brain. So next time you hear Jenny AI, you'll be like, kahin te bhi suna tha, but you do not know how to use it. So please make sure that you put it to use. Okay? And post the assignment in the group. Else, I'll give you the certificate. All right, again, I hope you found the session useful. Any questions for me? AI that is humanizing it, right? It is detected. Detected. It'll be detected. It'll be detected as AI. AI content. Huh? Kind of plagiarism, but it's still plagiarism. Yes, it will detect. Okay. Use AI as a personal assistant to give you thoughts, to give you information, but not take away your work. That's it. Okay, so that's it from me. Thank you very much. Do you have any questions? All right, thank you again for being great audience. All the best for the rest of the FDP. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Nancy, over to you.
Wonderful session, madam. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Smurti. Thank you for the hands-on session. I'm sure they're still engaged. I can see some are still doing it, discussing. Those who have to take the bus, we need to wind up for them specially. If you're taking the bus, we'll wind up and you need to rush for that. But please post, do the activity and post it in the group. We have the FDP group, you're all in there. Please post it there so that others will also get a sample of what you've done. Maybe get inspired, oh, chalo, let me also do. That will come, that push will come. Yeah. Yeah, they want the PPT. Okay, she posted in the group.
So I'm going to share the PPT in the group as well. Or, yeah, fine. So I'm expecting you guys to do that. And thank you so much for this conversation. I'm sure the rules are going to be very useful. And they will use it. And whenever things are good, they will use it. So, anyway, thank you. And that's not the group. So,